dare you tell us to get the sillies out before the stream starts? What do you want this to be boring?
No,
I thought that was the whole point of the entire thing.
Have you watched even a single episode of our...
Do you want Dern to be serious? Nothing but serious?
Is Quill supposed to go from this to, hello everybody, my name is Quill. I believe that I enjoy shooting arrows and playing with my pet toy dinosaur, stuffed animal, dragon thing. But I've decided with my new maturity that is for children. And we'll be moving on.
David, here's my 52-page backstory.
Oh, God.
Please make sure you fit in everything.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you may be wondering, what is this? This is not the best D&D stream this side of Sunday night. We've already burned through our 2 best DMs. You get me now. Welcome to a wonderful evening.
You shut your hoot's mouth.
Where we will be diving into some very exciting Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons. As many of you are aware, there is a different player sitting in the DM seat. That's unfortunately me, which means we are now joined by a new player, Ryan. So Ryan, we're going to start with you. How is your week going?
Oh, tiring. Lots of moving.
I know that feeling. Yeah. New background. And then Dern, how was your week?
Dern is fantastic. It has been a great couple of weeks. I would show her off, but she is hiding somewhere now. I have a new roommate by the name of Bast, who is a wonderful tortoiseshell cat that I adopted from the Meow Foundation.
Adopt
pets. Yes, exactly.
Melissa, welcome back to the player side of the table.
It's exciting. I'm so thrilled to see what you have planned for us. The week's been quiet.
Yeah.
Very
And
quiet.
Mac, how's yours?
It's busy. It's been really busy, but it's been all right. Buddy of mine has flown up from Texas. We've been playing games. Then we used to play competitive Overwatch with him for a few years, and we've stayed friends since. And he's up here in the city hanging out with all of us, so that's been fun. He'll be here for a week and a bit.
I think the most impressive bit of that is that you played a competitive video game with somebody and you're still their friend.
Hey, the whole group. We were called the Coco Boys because we used the Coco icon in the Overwatch for our profile. We all still chill and have a group chat for the last 6 or 7 years. So
Okay, well,
it's something.
Again, you met through Overwatch, so we can.
I would like to point out really quick, I'm a one trick and I'm not afraid to say it. 440 hours on Pharah, suck it.
I was a diva main. It's okay. I get it.
Symmetra. Best character, period.
Normally, this is the part where we would roll a quick intro, but I have done away with it for my little bit here. And in fact, we are going to dive right in.
How dare you break the mold? What are you, an innovator?
Call me the Steve Jobs of the Legends of Logomancy.
Your name would be like Steve Asht Gabosh. He runs a small apple farm that is actually turning into a magic place.
Agnes, you have been gone from the team for a little while. Do you care to fill us in on what you've been up to?
Oh, well, we kind of left poor Myliki's temple not doing so good. I talked to Auntie Far about it, and it didn't seem right. It didn't seem right. So we went back, and we've been working on making sure that Myliki knows that we care and that everything's going well. I really hope Dern has been taking care of the hammer. It's very important. Auntie Far told me very special thing to have
Dern
done. So
didn't
that's
give it away.
definitely didn't give it away. No.
Did not give it away once.
But it's going to take time, and Auntie Far could only borrow Mr. Peach's help in maintaining the grove for so long. So we did eventually have to come back, but I'm sure I'll need to go and tend to it over time.
Wonderful. You know that your friends have been gone for a few days while you have been adventuring on your own, and that they had met a wonderful Warforged. And then after meeting that Warforged, they had gone off, and you heard something about sledding and a little bit about. Oh, I'm getting feedback from somewhere. Sledding, and you heard a little bit about a scuffle and possibly an electric otter, but you're not 100% sure. However, this morning you had planned to go see your friends, to get up and greet them to see what they've been up to. So, as you get ready for your morning, what does your morning routine around Tim look like?
Well, I get up and I always have to make sure that I check inside my boots. You know, sometimes the frogs that I've started bringing into the home, because of course they need somewhere dry to live sometimes they like to like scurry down into the bottom of the boots, so you got to like gently coax them out. And then after making myself a lovely cup of tea, I usually get distracted and have to start arranging my stones again and putting them out. I found a really, really gorgeous little piece of rock down by the river. I should really show them sometime. Maybe I'll bring that with me. She puts in her pocket. And then I go outside and I give.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
As you head out the doors, you hear the muffled screams, concerned shouts. Definitely somebody in trouble. It sounds like they're stuck in something. And as you look about just outside, you see a particularly large frog and a pair of human feet kicking wildly from within, just stuck out of the mouth of the frog, or human-looking feet sticking out of the mouth of the frog.
Now come here. Drop them. I'm going to try and intimidate a frog before I hit it, because I don't want to hit the frog.
Okay, give me an intimidation roll. The frog, you see its eyes were kind of like separated, and it looks in at you for a second, and it just squints a little bit, and then its eyes daze back out. It's very much unimpressed with what's going on, but like you can tell it's trying to like further suck whatever it's got in its mouth a little bit deeper.
For those at home, it was a 4. Okay, can I grab the legs and pull?
You definitely can. Give me a strength check.
Can I guess? Am I able to cast guidance on myself? I think I can do it on myself. One willing creature. Yeah, I'm gonna cast guidance on myself as I do this.
Okay.
Natural 20.
You reach forward and you with one hand wrap around these legs and you just go and pull out.
Robert.
Well, Ryan, would you describe what Agnes has just pulled free from the mouth of this frog?
Little man about 2 feet tall. Looks elven, but has little wings on. They're kind of like dragonfly type wings. And wearing a black little tunic with some embroidery. Looks kind of like some vines. And it's got 2 little daggers that, with his size, look almost like short swords.
Oh no. Oh no.
And he's kind of dusting himself off, and it's just like covered in frog slime.
Agnes is gonna help you to your feet, and like, kind of, after making sure that you're standing, she's like, "Now see here, this is not a fly."
The frog kind of gives you a like it again brings its eyes in, looks at you, and goes, and then hops off back towards the swamp.
Sorry about that. They're mostly harmless.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was quite disconcerting. Not pleasant being eaten.
No, I don't imagine it would be.
Thank you. I'm Foxglove. Foxglove Grey Dove.
Hello,
Pleased to meet you.
Foxglove. I'm Agnes. Agnes Trimplin. So nice to meet you. You got ate by a frog. What were you doing here?
I'm here to deliver something.
Oh.
I have something to. I don't have my papers. Where are my papers?
And you hear
Oh,
the
no.
distinctive splash of a frog
Oh,
jumping into the water.
Come back here, frog! I run up after the frog.
As I'm gonna run along with you, and as we run, I'm going to say, I didn't prepare that spell today.
You didn't prepare catch frog?
Didn't prepare talk to frog.
Oh.
We get to the edge of the
He's-
bog.
he's-
He's probably
he's gone.
yeah. Were
That-
they
that had-
important?
Yeah, it had all the information about what I was supposed to do.
Did you read them before you gave them to the frog?
A
little-
bit, but I
Okay.
can't remember.
I find the best thing to do when you have to remember something is to write it all down right away, or else you're going to get distracted. Like the other day, I was walking down the street and I found this really cool statue, and I thought that it was going to be a really important story. So I was reading the plaque, but as I was reading the plaque, I heard this wonderful music, and I went wandering down another path. And by the time I got back here, all I could remember was that the statue made me feel really, really small, and no one cared because I couldn't remember what it said. So you should write it down.
Good story. But we doing a game?
Would you like a cup of tea?
Yes, please.
Okay. This is Tim. Come on in.
And you see over my shoulder, a little sprite just kind of appears
Oh. Hello.
and just starts speaking in Sylvan.
Which
you know,
I
don't
can
you?
which I speak.
So you hear him greet Tim.
And Tim kind of goes, "Hello, Steve."
This is Tim, the one you always talk about.
Do you know my Tim?
Yeah, this is Steve. Steve is Tim's brother.
Hi, Steve. Tim, you never told me you have a brother.
I don't talk to him much.
At very least, we should make sure that we write some letters. It's only
Tim's kind of the black sheep of the family, but with his lifestyle choices.
well, I don't like to judge anybody by the cover they choose to wear. So this is my
I
house.
mean, he likes to be houses. That's he's not hurting anyone.
It's quite comfy.
He seems happy being a house.
I'm Steve, could you Tim, can you choose not to be a house?
If I wanted, but you take good care of me, so I like it here.
Well, that's good. You know, if you ever didn't want to be a house, I would completely understand. But if you could make sure I got my rocks first before you choose not to be a house. But if you don't, that's okay. But yeah.
I
This
think
is
if you had stuff in him when he chose not to be a house, that might be a problem. He'd probably just kind of shove it all out.
That's good to know. Wow, what a family reunion. Do you need a minute to talk? You said it's been a while. Do you need to talk to Tim? Are you here to talk to who were you delivering things for?
Why don't Steve and Tim talk and we'll have tea.
Oh, okay.
Before you can walk inside, there's a static in the air. A tingling sensation runs across your limbs, and it feels almost like the sensation right before lightning strikes. And suddenly, there's a and in front of the two of you plops a perfect little scroll wrapped in a purple ribbon with an insignia pressed onto it. A note is strapped onto a separate piece of parchment that reads, Callahan Lador, Chief Artificer et al., The Kitchens, The Womb.
That's well, you're the one that had messages. I don't usually receive messages this way. Do you usually receive messages this way?
It happens.
Okay. T will have to wait. I know Callahan. We should go find him. I'm gonna look around and just see if Quill's already up and like doing morning running or anything before I leave the grove.
Quill? Oh, you're muted, buddy.
Have they gotten?
What
They haven't
time is
gotten
it?
back yet.
It's like just after sunrise, I would say.
No, Quill's inside his little house right now. He's not outside.
I don't have reason to wake you up. I just wanted to see if I could see you.
He's awake. He's just not outside.
Okay. So yeah. I can show you Callahan. Magic scroll. Would you like to meet my other friend? Have you been? I know nothing about you. Have you ever been here before?
I don't think so. No.
Oh goodness.
I've,
Okay.
I've been to a few different planes, but I don't think I've been on this one before.
Oh, you travel far then.
Sometimes.
I think you need to meet my friend.
This man is suspicious.
Agnes is notably not going to roll an insight check on this man. I would like to go and wake up Quill, and we'll go see Callahan. So I'm going to scurry up to the tree at the bottom of the treehouse that Quill's in, and knock on it and say, "Quill, Quill."
The door creaks open about 2 inches on its own as you knock on the door. And you hear no noises from inside. And as you maybe make your way to push it a little further open inquisitively, this little head, this little 2-inch, 3-inch head just kind of like into the frame of the door, and it's Lou's head.
Lou, Tim's brother came to visit. Will you come to? Can you get Quill?
And then the head quickly disappears inside the door. And then it pops back out and it kind of like shakes.
Okay.
And then it pops inside and the door closes.
Okay. I'll come on down. Like, he'll be here in a minute.
As you get to the bottom, Quill is sitting at the base of the tree, having climbed down the back of it very quickly.
Quill, this is Foxglove, and he knows Steve, who is Tim's brother.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. First thing, you don't look like you're shaped like the hand of a fox, and you don't look like your glove either.
Actually, good, fair point. Most people just call me Fox.
Are you a fox?
I don't think so. I was a squirrel once.
Okay. Well, that's
Yeah,
dangerous.
I spent like 50 years as a squirrel as a punishment.
50 years?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, are you a squirrel within the area?
No, I wasn't a squirrel here. I was a squirrel somewhere else.
Okay.
I can only
I
be
was
here for like 10 minutes.
I was gonna say I'm really sorry if I chased you, but if you're not from here, then I think that's okay. Yeah. So sorry. Who? You're what? I'm very lost here.
Well, I woke up and I did my morning ritual. I found the stone. Here you go. And
She saved me from a fairy eating frog.
the frog was gonna eat him. And of course, circle of life, that's fine. But it's very rude to just go around eating people whole. So I figured I'd pull him out, and then he's here.
It's the
Isn't that
question
cool?
about philosophizing.
I go, oh, okay. And I stand up and I realize that I was sitting before at basically eye level with this thing. And I look down at it and I go, oh my god, you're so tiny.
No, the problem isn't that I'm tiny. It's that you're too big.
I mean, I'm the smallest one around in this group, to be honest with you. So technically, I'm not very big either. But like,
Oh,
you're almost.
I mean,
you're like you could almost ride. You could almost ride Lou. Oh,
I mean,
Lou, hold on before we continue. And I like from my hood, I like pull out this little stuffed toy of a dragon missing its wings, and I kind of push it out and I go, "This is Lou. He's my best friend."
I sniff Lou, and Lou smells of weird magic.
Well, he's got like some dust from a stone on him, and sometimes I get like a little electricity going through my body, so there might be that. But it also hasn't been washed in a while, if I'm being fair.
Maybe he needs a good wash.
How dare you? Anyway, so I'm sorry.
We found a scroll. So I was about to invite Steve and Fox to come into Steve's brother for tea. The morning's
Okay,
weird.
please never say that sentence. I was about to invite this guy to come into his brother.
It's been a weird morning.
Sponsored by Bad Dragon.
And then a scroll came, and it's this scroll, and the scroll says it needs to go to Callahan. So I figured we should go and talk to Callahan. Maybe but I really feel like we should deliver this randomly appearing scroll, but I didn't want to leave without you because, we don't spend nearly enough time together. You were gone for a long time, and I just need us to spend more time together.
So I've got some bad news about Hoots. I kind of like.
What's a Hoots?
He's
Oh,
like
Hoots
a
is
bird man.
wonderful. He's a croc-wearing owl, and he tries hard.
So that's kind of the problem. Is like a few nights ago, I saw him down in the pub, and I went into the pub, and I was like, okay, I've got some questions, and I started asking him a bunch of questions,
Yeah.
and kept asking him questions, and more questions, and then he kind of said something about an aneurysm, and then he got up and went away and said not to call them for a while.
Oh, well, you've got to ration it.
No, because then I saw him the next night at the same pub, and I was like, "Hey, did you have answers for my questions?" And then he said that the secret to my questions were back at my house, under my bed. And I said, "I don't have it under my bed. I sleep on the floor." And he said, "Well, it's under your blankets." And I went back here, and I haven't seen him since.
Well,
Oh, that means he wanted to play a treasure game where he hides stuff and makes you search for it.
oh, I love games.
Well, see, I thought that was the case, but I tore my whole house apart, and I didn't find a single treasure.
Maybe
Well-
he's not good at hiding things.
Or maybe we need to go ask for a hint. Let's go talk to Callahan.
I love this trio right now. You know what? Dern's out for this one. I'll see you guys later. Have a great day.
Well, if we're going to go anywhere, it's pretty early, and I'm kind of tired, so I'd prefer if we found Dern so he can carry me.
Okay. Well, sometimes I don't like walking either.
Oh,
I
But-
mean, Dern's pretty big. He could probably carry you in his arms.
No, I think
When I don't feel like walking, I just fly.
that is a neat trick. I feel like maybe I should get someone to teach me how to fly someday. It would be fun.
But see, all you have to do is have wings, and then you just fly.
That's not true. I saw like a 93-year-old woman flying one day. I don't know if she could land, but she was definitely flying.
Was she flying or was she falling with style?
No, she was going up, just very, very fast.
Was she attached to anything?
I don't know, but she had like a really big head. It was like big and red, and then she had like a second head that was like big and purple. and like a third head that was like big and green.
That's like something you should see a healer about.
I don't know. She was just like floating up, and her neck was really thin. She had a lot of necks too, and her body was like this giant basket-like size.
I am.
Were you awake at the time?
I believe so.
Quill has seen some really incredible things. There's so much we can learn from Quill.
Yeah, like her heads would like breathe fire. It was crazy. And I think she stole someone because I think there was someone sitting on her belly that was like trying to pull her necks, and she just kept breathing more fire and going higher.
Did you see this here, or did you see this other places?
It's just in town.
Just in town? Do I know about this?
I'm describing a hot air balloon.
I was
Yes,
gonna say
I
it sounds like a
got
hot air balloon.
Okay, so I literally want to know if it's a hot air balloon. Because Agnes knows what a hot air balloon is, and I was trying to figure out if you were talking about like some balloon version of Tiamat or a hot air balloon.
No, it was a dumb joke that went on for too long. That's
All right, I think you're right. We should get Dern so you don't have to walk, and I'm pretty sure the kitchens are closer than the Bennies, but sure, let's walk to the Bennies and get Dern and then go back to the kitchen.
Quill is going to, being the quick boy he is, he's going to get to the Bennies and back with Dern by the time you guys get to the kitchens.
Well, hold on, Dern.
Yes.
Let's camera fade this for a moment. Dern, what are you doing this morning while our friends are talking in lovely circles?
Well, Dern, being Dern, what time is it? Before 10?
Yeah, just after sunrise.
Just after.
Depending on
Dern,
how long this conversation's gone off on,
Yeah, Dern is already starting his exercises that terrorize part of the town and excites the other part of town. Dern has recently found a book that was brought through from Earth called CrossFit.
I hate Dern already.
And-
We're kicking him out of the party.
And he's beginning to set up a gym of random equipment from around town to do CrossFit.
Just really bad pull-ups.
Yeah, basically.
asked
book-
Hoots about it, and he just went, "You can cross fuck off."
That was
How
right
are
after
they-
he saw. That's right after he spent the night until like 5 in the morning with Quill asking him questions, and he's outside Dern starting his workout. He says, "Would you like to go do some CrossFit? You can cross fuck off."
Dern does go to everybody, like in the party, and goes like, "So I have this new exercise routine. It's a new one every other week, basically."
Oh, so he's like an actual CrossFit gym.
Yeah, basically. But no, he goes like, "I have heard of a new exercise routine."
So my question is, where do the crosses come in?
And what are we trying to fit them in?
Hey, fuck y'all, that's my line.
So are you cross-fitting right now?
No, yeah, Dern has found 3 benches, and he's set them up in like again town square. People on them or not, he basically sets up like a thing where he can do pull-ups and stuff like that, and do like the bars and all that kind of stuff. He has been warned by town council at least 3 times about not moving things for his exercises. But those are suggestions. So Dern is finding different ways how to set up the exercise stations, because the book is very scheduled on his workouts. So right now, yes, he is doing pull-ups right now.
Okay, so you're in town square then.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm still gonna rush ahead anyways. I'm just going to assume that on my way through town, heading through the square, I would see you.
Oh yeah.
Or hear him talking about CrossFit.
Yes.
This is the most important part of CrossFit.
Okay.
Dern knows nothing properly about CrossFit. Knows nothing about it. Other than it's the title of this book and he saw the pictures and he's like, yes, this is how I set this up.
I feel like when you came and asked Agnes about CrossFit, she was just like, I've heard the term.
I mean,
Have fun with that.
depending on what, I don't know what era your character is from yet. But yeah, CrossFit was created in 2000.
Hmm?
So yeah, Hoots would 100% just say fuck off.
Oh, gosh.
Took one look at that and went, nah.
Can't wait until Dern finds a book called Fight Club.
I feel like if a DVD player ever comes through and like Hoots gets to show us all like Fight Club and Top Gun.
It's just Top Gun.
Yeah. Oh, no. Someone's gonna land in this world and be like, yeah, there's like a new Top Gun movie, and Hoots is gonna fall to his knees. No.
Just waiting at the stone every day for
Starts-
somebody to fall through.
starts
Tell me about
multi-classing.
Top Gun.
Starts multi-classing so you can learn Dimension Door to go.
Okay, so you have gathered your party way more effectively than I had planned to, so thank you for that. You never know what to expect other than something.
As we're walking, I do want to ask Fox a few questions.
Okay.
So you lost your papers to the toad. Sorry about that. But were you just walking through the grove? It's safe enough, but you. Are you okay?
No. I just came through.
Through from
Cleaner shift.
Oh,
From the Feywild.
really?
Yeah, that's
Now
home.
that is fascinating. Have you ever met Ektiar?
No, but I've heard.
They're very nice. I should introduce you to my friends sometime. I sometimes talk to them. They're nice.
Have you ever heard of King Oberon?
Oh, of course.
That's my boss.
You must be a very important person. Are you sure we don't need to go get those papers back from that toad? If those
Well-
papers came from King Eberron, we should
Okay,
probably.
he kind of disappeared, and then there were a lot of toads, and I didn't want to really have to go and kill every single toad there to try
Well,
and find
no.
them, and then the papers were probably
But is
toad juice.
like when it comes to big important bosses, like that's a pretty big important boss.
Yeah, well, I mean, the last time I screwed up, they turned me into a squirrel for 50 years.
Well, the good news is if that happens again because the toad ate your papers, I can talk to animals, so you and I can continue to be best friends.
On the plus side, evidently, I'm a very attractive squirrel.
Oh,
Yes.
What is the
well,
the rating system for an attractive squirrel?
Well, let's just say I have many descendants.
I'm
And they're
imagining
all squirrels.
So
I'm
you got
imagining
a
us-
lot of nuts.
that scene from The Sword in the Stone where he gets turned into a squirrel. Anyway, well, that's Agnes went from being like enthralled to being like almost overwhelmed with information. It's like, well, it seems really important we take this to Callahan now.
How many children, and can you name them all for the lore's sake?
No. And it's a little difficult because I understand squirrel, having been a squirrel, but I can't speak squirrel, not having a fuzzy tail. It's kind of involved in the speaking.
So if you're turned into a squirrel and you have squirrel babies, can those babies just one day all of a sudden turn into what you are?
Probably not.
Okay.
But you never know. Magical fairy powers.
This one is Fox Jr. This one is Fox Jr. This one is Fox Jr. This one is Vixen Jr. This one is Vixen Jr. This one.
Yeah,
is
you ever
Fox
heard of
Jr..
you ever heard of George Foreman? They're all named like that.
Did you actually say like is that Fox saying that? Okay.
No,
Okay.
I do not have knowledge of Earth going that nearly that new.
Okay. Got it. All right. That's all the questions I wanted as we are on our way to the kitchens.
Okay, so Dern is now with the party.
Okay.
You are
is
very
he-
big.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Dern needs an introduction to Fox, where Dern just goes,
So I ran ahead. So as they start walking, I point towards the group, but I'm pointing very low, like towards the ground, and I'm like, "There's someone very new, so I need you to be very careful when you're stomping."
"What are you talking about?"
It starts marching towards it, and I'm like, "Can I pull your hand?" I'm like, "Hold on, no, hold on." It's like, look, I think that I'm tiny and I'm pretty small, but like this thing's like, oh, he's up to my knees.
"What are you talking? Oh, hello."
Please do not step on me, large lizard man.
Fair enough, small fairy man.
He's a dragon.
Fairy.
He's not no lizard. He's a dragon. It's a very different type of lizard.
Yes,
Much more important
Yes.
lizard.
I take slight offense to this.
To what?
I always thought that dragons were lizards,
Called
just
a
very big
lizard.
lizards.
Oh, a lizard. Oh.
Dragons are one in their own. Okay, dragons are like the biggest, most important thing you ever see, and they got no ancestors that aren't other dragons.
So
Thank you, Quill. That is
it
very
wouldn't
correct.
be the same. It wouldn't be the same as me calling her monkey. Pointing to Agnes.
I mean, I could be a monkey too. I got lots of shapes.
Yeah, she's a bit different because she's like kind of everything. So
Do not worry, dragons ourselves, we are a very proud race.
and I kind of put myself up beside him. I'm like, yeah, we're a very proud race.
You're
Quill's
a
an
dragon too.
honorary dragon.
Well, I've been told I've got the heart of a dragon.
Yes. We are working on getting his
Where do you
soul
keep
of a
it?
dragon. Isn't that right, Quill and Lou?
Yes, one day I would like to be able to like go rah, but like seriously.
Exactly.
Good luck with that.
As as you were all standing about, I'm assuming at this point relatively close to the kitchens.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that we're like meandering over there.
Hoots steps out from the door, stops, looks at the four of you, kind of looks at Foxglove, gives Quill an almost accusatory glance, assuming somehow this is his fault, for a moment, and goes, "Well, you guys don't awfully come here. What?"
Is this Hoots and Boots?
This Hoots and Crocs. It's
No.
different.
They are boots though. They're croc boots, remember?
Oh right, yeah, he got new shoes.
This is Hoots and Boots.
Right. This is Hoots and Boots. It's a new turn on like the Boots and Cats, but music here is just starting to develop in the techno scene, and it's more like Hoots and Cats and Hoots and Cats and or who no, Hoots and Boots and Hoots and Boots. And Hoots and
No,
Boots.
because now it's the two of you. You two are always together, and it's Hoots and Cats. Well,
I
you
love-
see, Hoots, we got a message for Callahan. This guy knows Lord Eberron. That Eberron? Gosh, I said the wrong name, didn't I?
Oberon?
Oberon.
Oberon.
Eberron. You're from Eberron. He
I
knows
am
Oberon.
from
No,
Eberron.
he's
You're from Eberron. He knows Oberon. I have a message for Callahan.
Hoots is like, "You've Nope. Yeah, Callahan's in his office. You just take the stairs before you hit the workshop, and it'll take you right up.
Do you have
I-
not?
So,
Do
so
you have the answer to-
Agnes, the tea that you drink, does it perhaps have like psychoactive ingredients in it?
Well, I'm not a scientist. I wouldn't know.
Does it make you see things?
Well, I can see a lot of things. But I drink it every day. It's good for you. Anyway, I'm on my way to Callahan.
Hoots, have you reconsidered coming to my morning fitness routines?
Abso-fucking-lutely not, buddy.
All right, I will try again tomorrow.
I know you will.
As we kind of
So,
pass by walking in, I look at.
Evidently, he's
I
trying
look
to fit crosses in places.
I look to Hoots and I go, "Have you thought of the question? Any answer to my questions I had?"
I have thought about your questions for far too long.
Oh, this is about the treasure hunt?
You probably just missed it. So talk to Callahan, and I'll bug you guys tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
And Hoots just
I
exit stage right.
He's clearly on a mission for something. Like he was on his way somewhere, and he's like, I feel like I should be involved in this, but also at the same time I shouldn't.
I cannot wait to spring up my questions I've asked you that you actually have not heard yet, and expect you to have an answer prepped and ready for me. I got
Well,
no
he
baby.
seems nice.
Hoots is a wonderful man. He is intelligent, patient, and
Rumby.
he's even taught us the meanings of metaphors.
So he's
As-
an English teacher.
Yes!
Teaching kindergarten, apparently.
What kindergarten were you going to that you were learning metaphors?
All I'm picturing right now is just
Hey,
Dern.
you know what?
in those-
Technically, with the way tech is moving forward, there will be lots of teachers teaching kids what the meta is for.
All I'm picturing is Dern just sitting in those really low to the ground chairs.
Little green froggy chair kind
Yeah,
of.
the green froggy chair. It's like-
Cracking underneath
With,
it.
with your knees up to your ears?
yeah, basically.
Melissa, as Agnes goes up the stairs, you can tell the kitchens are just getting started for the day. A lot of the people look like they have just woken up, and are starting to kind of get workplaces ready. You take up the stairs and you reach yourself a fairly unassuming door. Nothing particularly fancy. It's built well, but it's otherwise a rather simple and plain door, and it just has Callahan inscribed onto it.
Is it on a plaque or burnt into the wood?
It's like burnt into the wood.
Okay.
Callahan!
A moment later, the door opens and he looks at you and goes, Agnes, right?
Yes! Eggy, you were friends! Eggy, it's so good to see you! I have so much to say, but I think the most important thing is that I was in my grove this morning and there was a frog eating this person. So I tried to tell the frog no, but then the frog wouldn't listen to me. So then I had to pull the person out. And then we were talking. and they
Agnes? Just the letter.
Sorry. Right, letter. Here, this appeared on the ground in front of us. I don't know who it's from. It says it's for you.
He picks it up and he kind of looks at it. He looks at the seal, crumples it in his hand, and just kind of like tosses it into the corner of his office and goes, you should come in. And he escorts you guys into his office.
Do I have to come in too?
If you were there, it's probably best.
All right.
Dern ducks his head into the office.
Inside Callahan's office, there is a series of blueprints kind of spread out about the room. And then across his desk, he kind of like shuffles them out of the way to make space for things. There's nowhere to really sit. It's literally just like a table, like his desk, a chair, and then there's one chair across from it, kind of like a school principal's setup almost. And he doesn't even offer the chair to you. He actually tucks it in a little bit further, specifically, and like walks around to like the back of his room, and there's a kind of like a little stand in like a hutch almost in the back that he sits, and you notice him pull out several keys to unlock it. Like there's several locks that he goes through, carefully unlocking each one. And when he opens it, who here has detect magic as a spell? Just at all, if they know the spell.
Oh,
I do.
If we know, yeah.
And I have it prepared today.
Okay. So, washing over you, you don't even have to cast the spell. It's just as soon as the doors open, it's like there's almost like a pouring of magical energy out from it, and you get this in the kind of periphery of your vision. You can see tendrils of magic in all of the colors of the rainbow that fade after a moment, like they'd been trapped and pooling in there for a long time. Callahan pulls out a very ornate wooden box, and he places it down on his desk, and he looks to the corner where he'd thrown originally the scroll, and as you follow his vision, it has completely replaced itself perfectly in order, as if it had never been crumpled in the first place.
I need to get myself some of that paper. I'm always cramming things
That's
into
some
this
high
bag.
quality
and they get,
paper.
right?
Dern is going, oh no, there's a lot of magic involved with this, isn't there?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. And he
Dern
walks.
is currently dabbing his head with his towel that he has wrapped around his neck.
He walks to the corner, he picks it up, he breaks the seal and unscrolls it, takes a look at it, crumples it back up, and this time actually throws it into his fireplace. As soon as it hits the fire, it's gone. It doesn't burn, it just disappears.
Hmm.
High quality paper.
And he looks at the collection of you and goes, "What I'm about to show you is a very particularly guarded secret. But Magnus doesn't make mistakes. So if you got this, it was meant for you." And he lifts the lid of the box open so it's facing towards you. And inside is what initially looks to be nothing more than an oddly purple piece of quartz. It's probably about 1.5 feet across and about 1 foot tall.
That's a big
And-
rock.
And it's cut into like a rhombus.
Does it look anything like Dern's dragon crystal?
It does not. It's flat on the top and bottom of it, and then like the sides are cut.
Dern slowly reaches out for the rock.
Callahan slaps your hand.
Dern
Goes.
pulls his hand back.
This is arcanium. It's well, it's basically like concentrated magic. That's not really accurate. We don't really know what it is. We just know it's powerful. This piece in particular, well, it has a special purpose. Now, arcanium, if you got the stomach for it, can let you do great magical things. If you got the stomach for it.
I've got a good stomach.
I eat regularly on 3 meals a day on the exact same hour. I have the stomach for anything.
Looking up at you, he goes, "I fully believe that. However, it's..." And then as he goes to continue explaining, the door to his office flies open. And standing there is Antifar, and she looks mad.
Ah, Antipar, how are you?
And she goes, "You wouldn't dare."
I mean, I try not to dare. It's a very dangerous thing to do.
I
Dern-
dared this
Dern-
morning.
Dern, Dern. And I'm going to kind of just like
Dirt's
pat
just,
his shoulder. I s-
slowly getting pushed to the side. No, wait. No. What's going on?
Shh. I have spent a lot of time with Auntie. Let's just. Very much worried because Antifa isn't usually that angry. She's intimidating, but she's not angry.
You can also see Benasha and Eula standing there.
Would I know these people?
Well, Benasha was the bard lady from the.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yes,
those-
now I
those-
remember.
who's the
I'm
crush?
supposed to tell Antifa something. Potato xylophone. That's it.
She kind of looks at you weird. She goes, I will deal with that later. And she looks back to Callahan. She goes, we were told. And he stops her for the first time and goes, we were told, but he asked us. And there's kind of this like odd tension in the room. And Antifar looks at the four of you. She looks at Callahan. She goes,
Are they in a relationship? Because it kind of seems like they have this little tension going on here.
It's very sexy tension.
and she huffs.
Does she puff?
Does she blow
Blow
it
the
out?
house down.
And there's almost a silent communication between the four gathered mentors that are standing there. And she goes, fine. And she gently closes the door again.
Bye, Auntie.
That was anticlimactic.
I looked at Dern and I go, I don't know what just happened.
Neither do I, and I'm a little concerned about our safety in the next 10 minutes here.
Callahan slumps himself into his chair. And he's like looking at the rock that he showed you guys, like not really seeing it. Like he's looking in the direction of it, and there's this trouble on his face. He goes, well, go ahead, ask your questions.
Sherlock, can you eat the rock?
No.
Well, then how's it get in your belly?
It
You said that you have to if you go and stomach it.
You did say that.
I understand
a
why Hoots
metaphor?
wanted a break. Yes, it's a
So the stone can philosophize then.
It's the philosophizer's stone.
and Callahan is just like he's got this like look on his face where and he like mutters to himself. You can just hear it under his breath where he's like, Magnus, I swear to fucking gods.
When you opened the door, there was a lot of magic coming out. And that's a lot of important people. So I mean, this has to be a really important rock. And I look around at my friends and I'm like, what do you need from? What does it do?
This particular piece of arcanium is used to control the arcanium gates. They are a form of instantaneous teleportation that relies on a combination of spells to work properly. This is one half of that puzzle, allowing you to travel thousands of kilometers in an instant.
That
That
sounds,
sounds really convenient.
that sounds terrifying.
Dern is very concerned about all of this because magic and teleporting and everything like that, it's a little bit like. I feel there's a lot that we need to be informed about in a short period of time for us to make a decision on what we are doing.
I mean, teleportation and like plane shift and all that, yeah, can be a little nasty. It can be a lot like being drunk.
Well, this is more like stepping through a doorway. You get a bit of a chill afterwards, but for the most part, it's just like walking through any old door.
Okay, so it's not as bad as someone drinking you.
No, I would not say that.
Have you been a squirrel and a drink?
No, just a squirrel. but I have done plane shifts, and
How does
No,
someone drink a squirrel?
I don't know, but I'm concerned.
Do they produce milk?
mix it up. Yes.
I have heard of an earth blender.
Let's not go there.
That makes me think of that joke, like what's red, white, and brown all over?
Callahan clears his throat and he goes, "Listen, this is important, and it's going to take me some time to get it set up. So unless you've got something worth my time, I suggest you spit it out or kindly get out of my office."
What are you asking of us?
I don't know.
Oh,
What did the letter say before you run it? Do you need to write it down? Sometimes I find that when I need to remember things, it's important to write it down.
It said it's safe and I need help.
Help? Who? Who needs help?
Magnus Einarsson, the
Who's that?
Lord Mage of Hemlig. Crazy
Hemlig.
old fuck.
That sounds like an impressive title.
Ah,
Is the crazy old fuck part of the title?
no. But in all of my interactions with him, that is the most apt description.
all right. We
He's
will help, Lord Magnus. What was the second part there?
Einarsson.
Anderson?
Einarsson.
Einarsson?
So, what does Lord Anderson need?
I don't know. In his
Didn't
typical
you hear he
fashion,
just said?
it just said he needs help. And usually, he sends it to who he wants to help him.
To be honest with you, and this is not to like put any of us down, but if someone's asking for our help, they can't be in that much danger.
I don't. I think that it was like this much closer to Agnes than it was to me. So it's all Agnes's help. Yeah, it was
Well-
like this much closer. I'm sure it was this much
Well,
closer.
if that's the case, then I will be there to help Agnes.
I think that traveling thousands of miles in a split second sounds awesome. It's so Star Trek.
You've been on a trek through the stars?
Well, sometimes the stars talk to me.
Do they have anything interesting to say?
Oh, a lot, but I don't think Callahan wants me to talk about it right now.
He is starting to look quite angry.
Oh, he always looks that way. Don't worry.
Yeah, but the red is like creeping up his head.
That rhymes.
I think he
Dern
might
pulls-
explode.
Dern
Oh, that
pulls
would
out
be
a
bad.
pamphlet for his new exercise programs that he's doing weekly, and then says, "We'll see you later." Exercise is
Roll
good
for
the
initiative.
body.
Callahan looks at the letter and he like opens a drawer in his desk and he puts it in there, and you can see there's other papers that have clearly been untouched, and he just closes the drawer and he goes, "I'll consider it."
But good.
I mean,
I'll be back next week. And Dern leaves the room.
that's a better
At
response than the other letter
At the
got.
bottom of the drawer is a bag of devouring, just slowly going.
That's genius. Like for a paper shredder in D&D.
Yeah. Okay.
What did
So
you think?
if you need us, you can find us.
Yeah. Listen, there's a location just outside of town, about a quarter day's walk, back into the mountains there. Do you guys want to meet us there tomorrow, first thing in the morning, kind of first light, and we'll see about getting this all settled, and hopefully it's a fairly quick affair, but well, you never know with this guy. So we'll see.
First light it is then.
As we go to leave, I kind of turn back to Callahan. I go, I have a quick question.
Yes, Quill.
So, like, if there's a first light, what's the second light?
Ask Hoots.
Well, that's on my list. Thank you.
Quill literally just
This
has
is
a book full of
No,
questions.
this is the meme of like someone talking to their younger self, being like, "Why did you not do this sooner?" It's just David leaving problems for his future self.
Oh no, Cal, that is a perfectly Callahan answer, and Hoots will hate him for it.
Yep.
Um, okay, so you guys will have a day to prepare and about a 4-hour trek to get there to meet it for first light. You've kind of got two options. You can leave really early in the morning, or you can leave tonight and then camp nearby. Basically, Callahan handed you a list of or a quick instructions on how to get there.
Seems to me we didn't ask nearly enough questions about where we're going. Do we need a warm jacket or do we need normal clothes? Do we need to bring food? I mean, he's a lord. He should have food, right? Right?
Magnus will remind Magnus to feed you. He will feed you, but remind him to feed you. He's been at this a long time, and he's missing a couple screws. I'm pretty sure.
Now, will he
I'm sure I have some in my
provide
bag.
food, or will he like feed us?
He will. You know what? It'll be an adventure to find out what he does. It's been a while since we've talked.
Because look, if he's gonna feed us, what's he feeding us to?
Yeah, it's a bit warmer than it is here. It's coastal, so I don't know. Bring your flip-flops. Last time I was there was summer. It was quite pretty, but I don't know what it's going to be like now, seeing that it's winter. Yeah, good luck. And I can't even tell you what to prepare for, because you just never know what he's actually going to ask of you.
Well,
Prepare for the unpreparable.
I've got my whole bag with me, so like, I can just go now.
Well, if we're going to the ocean, I'm going to need an extra jar because I need seashells because they're really hard to come by here. So I need to grab a jar, and I should probably let Tim know, and you should probably let Steve know.
Oh, I can just like summon Steve if I need to.
Does that mean I
but
could if you can summon Steve, could I summon Tim and just have my house pop up wherever I am?
is Tim your familiar?
Tim's familiar with me.
Close, but not the same.
Callahan is gently like pushing you out of his door, like, be like, okay, that's great. Like, you guys have this conversation, just not here.
Dern is just standing there. And Dern's big and heavy. He's probably just like Callahan's just like.
It's more of a social like courtesy where he's like gently like put his hand on your back and he's like gently guiding you towards the door, being like, no, it was
And
really
more
great.
firmly.
It was great to see you. I'm glad you stopped by. No, thank you. Get out.
I could just imagine the kitchen workers as soon as they hear Dern coming down the stairs, they're just like, oh, shit.
Well, the stairs creak.
Yeah.
Like there's just like it's like a steel frame and then like metal plank or like wooden plank. So as he's going down, then you just creak.
I figured they'd notice because as he walks down, it was like Dern.
I want to know, Foxglove, do you walk or do you hover or fly when you move?
Most of the time around you guys, I'm probably going to be hovering so I can be around head height.
Okay, got it.
Makes sense. I was not expecting you to be a sprite type thing. I was really not expecting that.
Oh no! Steve is the sprite. I'm a fairy.
Oh yes, sorry, fairy.
What's the difference?
Steve's like this big. I'm like 2 feet tall.
That's it.
Well, and Steve turns invisible.
Hey, listen.
Like, almost.
I guess. Yeah. I guess we must decide on if we leave tonight or tomorrow morning. If we leave tonight, we could be nice and rested before we teleport. I'm very confused about this situation, but apparently it's another quest. Which, by gods, we need to do.
It seems really important.
Well, if I join you on this quest, I'm sure I'll meet more people, and maybe it'll remind me who I'm looking for
Right.
my
Yeah.
delivery.
He has
So-
memory issues.
And we need to collect hoots.
Oh,
So are you just like standing in the middle of the square screaming Hoots' name out into the void?
Yeah,
I feel-
basically. Hoots! Where did you go, Hoots?
Eventually, you see him walking out of the Dungeons and Princess Auto. It was actually called Arcanium. Yeah,
Yep.
the Arcadium store. And he's got like bags of things, and he looks at you guys, and he's like, "I didn't hear any yelling, so
we're going
That-
to the ocean.
what? Where's
Tomorrow
the
morning.
ocean?"
Oh, about 1,000 something away.
Are you coming, Hoots? We need always a professional artificer.
I can't. Callahan needs me to. Ooh, maybe let me talk to Cal. I don't.
I think
The
he's
ocean?
meeting us tomorrow morning.
Well, let me go check in with him and see. He said he had something for me, and hence the bags and yeah, let me go ask him and we'll see how things are, and worst case scenario, I meet you guys with him tomorrow morning. Does that sound good? Fair? Okay.
Course, Hoots.
Okay.
I always expect you on our quests.
And he's like I like traveling with you too, Dern. And then he's like, well, I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. And then he just takes off.
Eggy, I think he needs some of your tea. Seems
I
like he
keep-
needs to relax a little.
I keep trying to get him started on it, but he really prefers this much stronger, more bitter mixture that he's found. He's become very fond of it.
It looks like mud.
Yeah, he does seem a little more bitter.
I've been trying to get him to my exercise classes, and it's just not been working. I've even
you mu-
pulled
you-
him out of bed one time. It did not go well.
You guys might have to stage an intervention with him.
That's a great idea. We should definitely do that at some point.
Oh, okay.
Or
So
something.
the day is yours to do with as you need. If there's anything you want to gather, Foxglove, you're new to the region. If there's anything you need while you're here, if there's any
think-
questions you have about, there's time.
I just asked Eggy to show me around
Okay.
and introduce me to people.
Okay, so Eggy's to-do list is to go and talk to Auntie Far and get more mistletoe because it's one of her primary spell components and she needs more. But in the interest of social exploration, well, come on, guys. We gotta show Foxglove what the womb is all about.
Is this just like a montage of you guys like taking him to different places around the womb? Like you take him to the kitchens as it's like actually running, and you go, "That's the kitchens." Take him to the Dostocks, and you're like, "That's where we found out that Hoots has a crush on a pretty lady." Kind of like,
We get to the bottom of the steps at the Knights of Benediction, and Eggy looks up and says, "I'm pretty sure these stairs are taller than you."
Turn just grabs Quill and Eggy and just like, time to go up the stairs. Just starts dragging them up the stairs.
I don't
And
need
as they-
stairs.
Yeah.
And then
From the door you hear, Final Buster attack!
I have a question, just
Mhm.
a clarifying question. Was Argoth in the group that showed up?
No.
Okay. Um, then other than like doing the montage, my main focus is back at the Grove. So if anyone else has anything to do while we're doing the montage, feel free to.
I guess have we decided if we're just leaving tonight and camping out at the area?
Yeah, I want to get a full rest before tomorrow. So.
Yeah, so Dern is packing his stuff up at Benny's because, well, I mean, hey, we're going up the stairs. There's no point in going up and down twice. He's been doing CrossFit this morning. He's tired. But yeah, he's just loading his bags up and getting everything ready to go. So Dern will be ready at the bottom of the stairs, and he's making sure to pack everything that he needs, including the puzzle box.
Okay. Quill. Everyone else is getting ready. What are you up to?
Not too much. I, go pack my bag because I realized, so I could do with a couple more things. How much money do I have? I have 82 gold pieces, which is not a lot. Can I go? How much would it cost to take the blade off of my sword and replace it with the blade from that fancy blade that I found?
Like to basically, are you just putting like your handle?
I'm swapping the hilt.
Yeah.
That was an easier way to say that.
Yeah. The like if you ask any of the blacksmiths in town, they'd be able to do it fairly quickly. Sword handles are relatively simple to like the actual, like, are you talking like the cross guard and the wrap around the handle, or are you talking like just the wrap?
No, I've got two swords.
Yeah.
And I'm taking the blade from one and putting it on another.
So you're basically just like blade down or blade up will be completely changed.
Yes.
So when you ask a blacksmith that, they're like, well, why not just change the handle on the other sword? Do you know how much work it would be to cut the blade off and put it on another blade? You have to reforge it. It would never be as strong.
So then why don't we just take the existing handle and put a new sword on it?
That we can do that if you really want. That's pretty simple. It would take us a day or so to get it all worked up.
So the handle of the sword is very important to me. The blade is just kind of whatever.
Yeah, we could fairly easily replace remove the cross guard and the handle over.
How fast can we do that?
Take me about a day to probably get it all done properly without rushing.
Quill just like turns away and goes, "Don't have time," and walks out because he does not have a day. Okay. Then let's see.
This is Benny. Benny's great. Benny's got all kinds of swords in Benny's Sword Boutique.
Those are very big swords.
Yes, you've got very appropriately sized swords.
I use
guess-
these too. Although I
Dern
don't use
goes,
them very
that is not a sword.
This is a sword.
And he pulls out his hammer. No,
I'm just going to sit this time and make some more fire arrows.
Okay.
What do you have me roll for that?
I will cast guidance on.
You are not with me.
I'm not with. Why am I not with you? Are you not on my tour of the world?
I thought I was off doing my thing, or are we doing this all together?
Oh, I thought we were doing it together. You were
Oh.
actually doing business while I was being ridiculous.
Oh, I was gonna because we're not leaving tonight. We're leaving in the morning, or are we leaving tonight?
We're
we're
leaving
leaving
tonight.
tonight.
Okay, then I will do that later. I will. I've already identified the dagger. I've got a healing potion. I should be good.
Okay.
Quill doesn't need a lot in life.
Simple man. I can appreciate that. Okay. And then Ryan, you've been shown around. Is there anything that Foxglove would want?
Just pick up Steve, and that's about it.
Okay. So, once you have all completed your rituals for the day, as you're getting ready to leave, Dern, you are actually approached by Argoth.
Master Argoth, what can I do for you? As Dern has realized not to do like the bend over, but the kind of kneel down kind of thing to make sure that he's speaking properly to Master Argoth.
Argoth looks up at you, and he's got kind of like his hands on his hips, and like he looks like he's a little concerned, and he goes, "This is gonna be weird, Dern. When you get there,
Yes.
I need you to ensure the truth of person of Magnus is communicated well to your party.
Truth of person.
He's an odd fellow,
All right.
and he can be off-putting. And for those that are so magically inclined, it's well, he's done some things in his life that have left stains that most can't see. But just don't let anyone do anything stupid.
Dern takes this to heart, and he goes, "We will do our best. We will represent the Benny in the womb the best we can."
Well, if Magnus is still up to his old way of things, there's a good chance where you're going, people don't know you're coming. Keep your head down.
Dern nods and goes, "We will do our best. Is there something weird about where we're going?"
We used to have, well, most people had communication with Hemlig before. The kingdom was fairly open, but there was an accident, and we never really got the truth. But people there don't like people like us.
From other
So,
worlds.
yes. There's a belief of those who come from elsewhere. The term rekindled is used throughout the lands of Naylore. And in Hemlig, rekindled are no longer really welcome.
Dern nods and goes, "I believe I understand."
Okay. Just take care of them for me.
Dern smiles and goes, "These are my friends. I will make sure they come back."
I wouldn't let you go if I didn't think so, Dern.
Dern nods and stands up and walks out the bennies.
Okay. So you meet at the edge of town. Really quickly here. Let's move you guys to
Oh my god, map.
a map view.
Map. I like maps. And then I just see a picture of Benjamin down there, and it's makes my heart warm.
Believe. Oh nope, I didn't move you guys over. That's my bad. So. Oh.
When Dern meets up with everybody while you're doing this, Dern looks to the group and goes, "We best be careful. I have been informed that we do not want to inform too many people of where we are from exactly."
Do they?
They don't like this town?
apparently, if we start hearing rekindled, it might mean we are in slight danger. Do not reveal where we are from, as best of what
what-
I can understand.
What does rekindling have to do with where you're from?
I
Is
believe
this place like the dying fire or something?
no, but I believe it has something to do with a metaphor.
Okay, well, it's going over my head.
So are we not supposed to say we're from the womb? Are we okay? Like, should we be careful with our magic? Like, what's the
I believe it is to do with the womb itself.
okay?
You, I believe.
So they're against mammals? Is that what it is?
Dern is getting a little confused with all the wording, but Dern kind of stands back up and goes, "No, I believe it's to do with."
I mean, and really, do Dragonborn have their children like mammals, or do they have them more like lizards? Were you born from an egg?
Dern pauses, not realizing that he has not been through the sexual education that befits Dragonborn currently.
You don't know how to fuck.
No, Dern is kind of just going. I have just been informed we just might need to be a bit more careful with our wording, if you will.
I try to be careful quite often, but then I'll forget to be. And yeah.
I'll tell you this, friend Foxglove. Dern is very sure of swinging a hammer. He is not so sure of swinging words.
I thought you were Dern.
I am Dern.
Oops.
So then why do you mention Dern? Is there another Dern?
Oh, I mean, in all possibilities, there might be another Dern out there, but now I'm confused. Dern
Well, I
just
think that
looks at
makes all of us.
Foxglove.
So I think it would be best for us to just we'll just see what happens, and goodness, I hope Hoots can come with us. This is gonna be fun.
Yes. Traveling to a beach, correct?
To the
I
ocean.
grew up inland. I never have actually seen the ocean, to be honest.
I only saw it once, but it was amazing.
It
Blue,
just
just
sounds like
as
a
far
lot of
as you can
water.
see. It is.
The oceans in this plane are blue.
Yes.
Well, actually, I don't know.
I've
The
been to
ocean
ones
I've ever
where they
seen
were
wasn't
purple,
here.
and
A purple ocean.
I think my favorite was the one with the rainbow ones. That was very pretty.
Wow.
That makes you think it's like just the elemental plane of oil.
It was a little greasy.
Oh.
The oceans in the plane of yogurt.
So,
Are,
question:
well,
if there was an
Yogurt.
elemental plane of oil and you allowed a portal from the elemental plane of fire, would you just
Oh,
ignite
no.
the entire world?
I mean, maybe.
we can give it a try.
There's
chaotic
nothing
neutral, aren't
living
you?
there. It's fine. The
Technically, most of those planes don't have things living there, right? Like the elemental plane of fire might have like some sort of demon god or something, but usually it's just fire.
Well, that's what
Well,
I'm saying.
and fire elementals, and
Yeah.
the oil plane would have oil elementals, and
Other.
the yogurt plane has yogurt elementals.
Dern just absorbs them with his back.
Turns out.
With the power of acne, I shall defeat thee. Can Dragonborn get acne? What's that like?
Well, here, can lizards get at? Okay, I'm looking this up now. I'm sorry. This is.
No,
Okay.
They don't have pores in the sense that you're thinking.
Okay, we
don't
gather our things.
You
We'll
make
get
the
to it.
journey.
Yeah.
You make the journey
Gather our
towards
party.
where you were told to head. I'm gonna make sure all of you are actually on this layer, and then
So if we're leaving right away, we need to camp overnight.
Yes.
so you arrive to where you have been told to go, and the sun is just starting to set.
Right.
And I'm gonna do this quick. So first, as you arrive, there's what appears to be a small encampment already set up. There is a collection of small tents and things gathered around that are already set up and configured. It's people from the womb that are here specifically at this site. Notably, this took you back into the mountains instead of down the path that you've normally taken. So it was a very uneven and overgrown path. But you can tell once upon a time this was something that people actually used fairly frequently. You arrive to the set, and of course you see all the people gathered and setting things up. But the most striking thing, now Agnes, you've probably seen some form of medium. A Viking longhouse is constructed. This one is in disuse. It's clearly been unoccupied for a long time. It's not been taken care of. But from the trampling of the ground around, you can tell that this used to be a field where a lot passed through. There's a couple people inside it setting up, starting the general fires, getting things ready. And then you see it. In the distance, you get your first glimpse of the gate. This is what you're here for. This is an Arcanium gate. It appears to be a solid stone structure. And in the setting sun, you can make out that it almost appears as though the entire thing is one piece of stone. Set into it, around the edges, equidistant apart from each other, are 6 white, almost opal-like stones. But again, even if you touched and ran your fingers along them, you could never find the seam that would tell you how these had been settled. And sitting at the top is the stone that Callahan had shown you earlier.
Wait, so like the second one or the same stone?
The same stone. It's the exact same stone you'd seen earlier.
But it was in the letter. Or it was in his house.
It was in his house. He brought it here. It was physically brought here.
So why? I'm confused. So he came here before us, and then we're gonna be camping overnight to wait for him anyways.
Yes. They're not going to send you till the morning anyways. So Callahan's here. You also see Hoots, and you see a bunch of artificers around. They're running around, they're clearing areas, they're moving stuff. You can see like there's general debris and like foliage that they've like moved out of the way. So these are people from the womb that are here clearly doing work. So they're cleaning the stone off. You can see parts of it are overgrown with a thick, spongy moss, and they're kind of peeling it off of the structure, and they're just generally brushing the unit away, kind of cleaning it up and making the space usable. So as of right now, it is just Callahan, Hoots, and a bunch of our artificers here. None of the other people that you saw earlier are here.
I guess Dern tries to flag down Hoots and go, Hoots, what is this?
Hoots is noticeably giddy. And he's like composing himself. Like this is like the most oddly excited you have ever seen him. And he goes, So I asked Callahan, this is an Arcanium gate. Basically, what it does is it creates 2 spells simultaneously. Teleportation Circle, which is like really cool. It allows you to like beam from one spot to another spot instantly, and Arcane Gate at the same time. It casts them. This is really, really cool. So it's basically kind of sort of semi what like a Stargate. And anyways, so this apparently used to be a really, really cool like form of travel. It was like super regularly used, and like something happened, and Callahan won't tell me what it was, but apparently we used to use these all the time, and like that's really cool.
So
Durin
when you say
sorry, go ahead.
when you say Stargate, does it like take you to a star, or is it like powered by stars?
Well, as Callahan said, the glowing rock is what powers it, and I think that's pretty neat. Which is a little bit different than how I thought it would work, but it's like I think it takes you to a different place. Callahan said it's like between 2 places, but they're still in Naylore, if that makes any sense.
And it's all like all of us are just like blank staring because this is the fastest we've ever heard Hoots talk, and we're just going,
Like the tips of his wings are fluttering. He is so excited.
I completely missed that Hoots was here.
So okay, well that is fascinating. Can we help? We decided we would come here early. We figured we needed to get our rest since we have to be here at first light, and it's going to be at 4 a.m. and didn't want to wake up way earlier. So can we help?
Well, we're almost done. Callahan's had us here for the better part of the day, and when you set things on fire, you make pretty quick work of them. So I think you guys can just relax and let me take care of some of it. And you can hear like an artificer in the background be like, no, 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 we're done. Like, you can relax too. and he's like, yeah, but like, anyways, I've seen the DHD. And anyways, it's okay. Do you guys want to have dinner?
Yes, we've been walking. We've been traveling. We need food, substance.
And also some of that moss. And Agnes
Hoots-
goes and takes some moss into a jar.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so you guys are led into the longhouse. And so the center of the longhouse is one long fire pit, basically. And then there's a table built around that, kind of separated out a little bit and like raised up. So it's almost like there's a wood floor with stone underneath, and there's a fire pit down the middle. And then there's rooms off to the side, and then like a large room to the end where Callahan is set up. You can see him like working away in there and muttering to himself as he's like moving things about. There's a couple people from the kitchens that are specifically preparing food right now. So there's a couple of stewing pots that are going over these fires now. Other than that, things you guys would notice with your passive perceptions, it's a very musty smell in here, but it doesn't feel in that way that like a building that was boarded up and then like left was. Like there's still like the smell of air has moved through here. There's moisture in the rafters. This building was just abandoned overnight.
Right.
There's even like trinkets lying around, personal effects that very much look like people literally just got up and left thinking they were coming back, and they never did.
Oh. I guess Durin just finds a nice little spot to kind of sit down and go, okay, what are we getting ourselves into now?
Is that an out loud question, or is that a to himself
Yeah,
question?
I guess Durin is kind of doing that a little out loud.
From the sounds of it, they've decided to lend us to people, like slave labor.
Well, it sounds like they need help. And don't worry, I don't think anyone wants to enslave anybody. I mean, that would just be so rude.
Okay, so Callahan's paying us?
Oh, you're not familiar with the codicil. It's okay. Here in the womb, we do not pay room and board because we do right by other people and help where help is needed. And in return, others help us. And so we're able to survive here without those sorts of payments. So, given that the request was received within the womb, I feel even though it requires travel to another another area, it still follows the general guidelines in which we are guided by.
Ah, I see. You're communists.
Hoots looks like visibly offended by that statement. He's like, now listen here.
Call it what you will. We genuinely want to help. And if you don't want to help, you can leave. I don't want to leave, and so I help. It's not saying you have to leave. It's just saying in general. If you don't want to help, you have to.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you weren't kicking me out.
No. I can't kick you out. You're basically family.
But who decided that?
Well, his familiar is my house's brother. So, I mean,
Oh, she's like your family.
my family, yeah. Basically. You're basically my cousin.
Gosh, I hope he doesn't develop a crush on you.
We're not Alabama.
Oh.
I'm
I
sorry,
mean,
my
that-
mind
that-
was
that-
being Sweet Home Alabama.
That's kind of how it works, right? If you're unsure of what your familial connections are, you're a cousin.
Exactly.
Okay. So you settle down for the night. You notice that there's not like a lot of doors. The spaces off to the side where there's beds, they're effectively bunk beds, or like not bunk beds, but like a communal sleep space. So there's about 6 fairly comfortable beds per room off to the sides of here. But yeah, you're given kind of free reign to pick your one.
I tell you, this longhouse is not going to get a good Yelp review.
Before the sun sets, can I go out to the gate
Mhm.
and ritually cast detect magic?
You definitely can. As you cast detect magic, you notice that there's residual bits of magic left over that kind of like are strung out, and it literally looks like a spider web that is shot straight out and like disappears from the gate of a little bit of conjuration magic. And there's a little bit of other things that are mixed in there. You can tell there's other spells that worked to make this, and they're strung out. And then, of course, the arcanium glows like a deep, bright yellow where it's sitting for you. And it's like yellow, and then there's this aura of all of the other magics that kind of casts around it, almost like a sundog staring at you. And then you notice as you're like looking around the gate, there is a similar set of, as you look back, there's a stone tablet that's raised up off the ground, and its magical aura seems to shoot straight to the gate. And there are 7 strands that are tied. And you notice each one of them goes to where the gemstones are actually placed around the edges. And it like just seems to be like paired to it.
Okay. Are there any runes or writing on the tablet?
So the tablet has. Hold on. I gotta double check this to make sure I'm giving you the right number.
Oh.
So the tablet has 24 distinct runes in it, and they're in like little raised discs. They almost look like buttons, but as you touch them, nothing happens.
Got
This
it.
is the gate, correct?
So I went and cast detect magic on the gate, and there's a panel basically linking back to it on this tablet, and there's 24 spots basically. Okay. Last thing I want to do before my spell ends is take out my little kaleidoscope, which is my arcane focus, and I'm gonna just look at the gate through it, and then go back and talk to my friends.
Okay.
Gordon was zoning out the entire time. during the explanation.
Uh, that gate is fascinating. Fascinating. It's very, very colorful when you look at it for a while.
I don't know, the way Dern's eating seems fascinating. He's like completely focused on the food and like ignoring everything else.
Just Dern's just very just like methodically eating the food because he doesn't know if he likes seafood or not. The thought of seafood is scaring Dern.
Foxglove, have you seen anything like this in your travels?
I've seen bigger rings.
I once went to a giant spa.
Yeah, I saw this one called Halo one time. No,
Okay. Uh, wow. I think tomorrow's going to be a pretty big day. Can we, I guess, did we have anything else to talk to Callahan or Hoots about, or are we just going to kind of go to sleep? Do we need to keep watch here? Are we safe here? Does someone need help with that?
Hoots is like, no, there's like a bunch of people that have already been. Well, they volunteered in a sort of way to keep watch over in the night. So
What-
we should be good.
I heard the term is voluntold.
Yeah, that would be a fair example of exactly what they've been told to do. They were asked who likes ice cream, and several of them put their hands up, and it was actually a trick.
Yeah, no, Dern's excited for this adventure. Just again, unsure of the food, so he's trying to make sure he gets as much flavor of non-seafood before he goes to the sea.
Okay.
And before Agnes goes to bed, she's going to cast Goodberry 3 times.
Okay.
A lot of berries.
Well, I got a lot of spell slots
Um,
available for this.
I think Dern is going to try and find a spot to talk to Hoots, or it's going to try and find a time to talk to Hoots before he leaves on this journey.
Okay. I am entirely distracted by the the sound of motorcycles. I'm really sorry.
No worries.
No, my bad. My windows are closed, and they just love to rev it on my street.
Of course, that's how it always goes.
Stampede.
I-
Yahoo!
So yeah, do you just like go approach Hoots and kind of be
Yeah.
like, okay,
Yeah. Dern will basically go to Hoots and go, a moment in private, if you may, Hoots, before we do this journey.
for sure, buddy. What's got you? What's eating you?
Dern looks around just to make sure it's just the two of them. And Dern will pull out the puzzle box.
That's a pretty neat little toy you got there. What? I never seen
You-
anything like that.
I know that I pulled this out when we were in the logging village last. And this came with me across, I guess you would call the divide between Eberron and here.
Okay.
I don't rightfully know exactly what it is. I have been working on it for the better part of since I've arrived. The dragon shard, the piece that went into Lou came from this box. And I
Okay.
know that this has ties to Eberron, but I feel like it is close to being solved again. May I ask your assistance in solving this next part?
I'd love to help you, buddy. What can I do? What do you need from me?
Help me either work this out or hold on to it while we travel to this land.
Hoots takes a look at it and he kind of like looks his hands over and he goes, "Well, I feel like if we had the whole night, you and I could probably solve this, but." And he stops and he kind of looks at it. He looks over at like the door where Callahan is finally like settled down. You can hear that he's stopped. And he goes to hand it back and he goes, "I don't think tonight's the right time."
Dern nods and he puts the puzzle away.
When you get back, you and I can sit down and we'll solve it together. And he kind of like looks at where you put it, and he's kind of got this like look on his face. And he goes, "You ever get the feeling like you shouldn't interfere? Like you can help, but you can't be the one to do it?"
Dern nods and goes, I see that in the new recruits, the bennies, all the time.
Well, your box strikes me as that I have an innate sense, and I don't know how to put it, that I could solve it for you, but in doing so, I'd be depriving you of something.
Dern nods, and
But when you get back, I'll give you my eyes, and you and I can sit down and we can fuddle with it for hours on end if that's what it takes.
he
We'll work on
nods.
it together, son.
And-
Dern nods and goes, thank you, Hoots. And it's a shame that you will not be coming with us.
Callahan says I'm the only one who can get there quickly if needed. It's important for me to stay, but I don't know. It's I'm sad not to go with you, buddy. We've done all this before, but
Dern's nodding and holding back tears of happiness as he pulls Hoots in for a big hug that might hurt Hoots' hollow bones.
Hoots allows the hug to happen. He just kind of pats Dern on the shoulder, like reaching up to pat Dern, but he also like wraps his wings around too.
Mhm.
And he kind of does like a you be safe and you take care of Agnes and Quill for me.
They will come back home safe. I promise that. And he holds the shoulder.
You should get some sleep. I feel like tomorrow's going to be a big day for you.
He nods. And then he joins the others to rest for the night.
You're awoken in the morning.
Hold on.
What?
What if I want to do something?
Ooh. What does Quill want to do?
Cause some shit.
In the room where like the gate is, because I'm assuming it's in a room.
No, it's out in the open. Like it's like sitting in a field, basically.
Oh, okay. Is there like a little common area that like is empty at the moment?
Yeah, it's I'd say it's getting fairly late, so like the fires are burning like low, but like still going enough that it's kind of like a dim light. But like all of the lanterns have been snuffed out from the various rooms. There's people outside like doing guard duties, and you can hear like two people like clearly being like, no, I'm not gonna stand near the forest. Like that's not happening. But like inside the main space, it's alone right now.
That last sentence was very testing of my patience with whether I was going to test your patience. But I will not. I'm going to go into one of the little open areas where the fire is.
Hmm.
And I'm going to put Lou on the ground. And I'm going to thaumaturgy the fire into a deep red that illuminates the room as if you've got an LED light in your bedroom that's all red. And I like get down on all fours, and I'm like, okay, so you've been cornered, and the big bad guy is like eating most of your friends. Preferably just knock them out, but sometimes they will get eaten. and this is what you do. And I like kind of like go back into the corner, and I'm like, so when you're in the corner, if your claws are big enough, you can like go onto the walls and scurry up to the roof, and as they kind of follow you as you look up, you drop on them, and bam. So if you're big enough compared to their size, like with the little fairy guy, you could crush them. But if they're bigger than you, it's probably not going to do much. So at that point, you just scurry to get away to a better position. And I like kind of use my claws and like climb up the wall. And I'm like, I can't climb on the roof, but you get the idea. And then I'm like, but
So you feel this little thing drop on your head, and then in Sylvan you hear, "It's not working."
in Sylvan, I respond, what's not working? Who are you?
Your plan. I flew up and then dropped down, and I just landed on your head.
Well, you missed the part about not being big enough.
Oh, right.
You got to be bigger than the person you're trying to land on, or have a bigger sword. If you got like a big sword, you can just put it through the skull.
I don't
But
have
if-
any sword.
Well, how much do you
Sorry,
weigh?
I didn't introduce myself. I'm Steve, by the way.
Hi, Steve. How much do you weigh?
I don't know. Somewhere around nothing.
Okay, so you
Oh,
probably
this is Steve. I thought this was Fox.
wait. Which is Steve?
He's
Steve's the
familiar.
pixie.
Right.
It's
Perfect. And I go, okay. I would have seen you from before, right?
he was invisible.
Are you still invisible?
No, he as soon as he dropped on your head went visible.
Okay. I'd be like, so, Foxglove, did you make yourself smaller?
Oh, I'm Steve.
Well, who's Steve?
I'm Fox's friend.
And I like jump back off the wall and kind of like land and go, who's Steve?
I'm Steve.
That doesn't give me the answer I'm looking for.
Well,
And I like,
maybe ask a more specific question.
I'm going to pounce up at you to grab you.
He flies up.
Roll opposing dexterities.
Yes, ma'am. Take that natural
Roll me Steve's dexterity. I want to see, because like this could be really interesting, but I have a feeling how this is gonna go.
Come on, nat 20.
That
Let's
is
see
a nat
20.
1. Steve doesn't even see it coming. It's just like Quill is like liquid lightning and just catches you right out of the air, and he holds you tight. He's got you held.
And I'm like, who's Steve?
I told you, I'm Steve.
That doesn't give me an answer. Why
Ask a
you-
more specific question.
Do you want to harm my friends?
No?
It sounded like a question answer.
That sounded like-
Well, I mean,
I squeeze a little
why
tighter.
would I?
Why wouldn't you is the bigger question.
I mean, as long as they don't plan on hurting me or Fox.
So you know Fox.
Yeah, I already told you I'm Fox's friend. I'm Tim's brother.
Who's Tim?
Tim's the mushroom house.
He's alive?
Yeah? He's my
Tell-
brother.
Tell me something only I would know.
You
That only you
speak Sylvan.
Well, everyone knows that.
Dern doesn't know that. Dern
saw
doesn't know languages.
You saw me talking to trees.
That's true. I think that's the tree language.
Yes, it is. And I'm holding you, and I'm staring at you very intently. You're very tiny, I'm assuming. I got you in my little paws, and I like put you into one pod. I walk over and I grab Lou and I kind of put him in your face, and I go, so if I took you to your friend, Mr. Fox, he'd vouch for you?
Yeah?
kind of look to Lou and I go, okay, new lesson. Sometimes the people you're fighting aren't always that bad. I need to talk to them. Now, I know you can't talk, but just in case, we're going to go do something. It's a very smart lesson. And I put him in my hood, and I'm going to walk into Fox's room while holding this pixie. And I'm going to knock on the door. What?
Hello?
Can I open the door?
There's no doors. It's literally just an open archway.
Can I step
So you're like
into
knocking on the...
Can I step into your arch?
Yes. I mean, technically, it's the building's arch. It's not my arch.
Oh God, it's just going to be 4 weeks of this, just nonstop.
I thought we had David for 2 weeks.
Nope. 4 whole weeks of
Oh,
me.
I'm so sorry, David.
The energy.
And I like hold out your little pixie and I go, "Is this your friend?
That's Steve.
What, is he your friend?
Has Steve been making mischief?
Is he your friend?
Yes, he's my familiar.
He's your family?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just kind of like slowly put it on the ground, let go, and kind of like pat its head.
He goes invisible right away.
Wait, so he could have done this the whole time?
He was being polite.
I'm confused. What's happening?
He does that.
I don't. Okay, so he's your friend.
Yes.
Do I hear any of this?
You probably hear like the confused kerfuffle.
I'm sure
outside.
at this point everyone in the longhouse hears this.
There's people like poking their heads out. Hoots at one point leaned out, looked at it, and went, "No."
And Cord just kind of goes, "Okay, well, as long as they're not going to hurt us, right?"
No,
Okay.
unless you try and hurt him or me first.
Well, I mean,
Or Tim.
he did try to attack me.
Did
It
you
was-
trying to attack him?
It was very inconsequential.
Well, I mean, usually he just kind of helps in attacks. He doesn't really do too much of the attacking himself.
It's probably for the best. Because, like, when you're like a few inches tall, it doesn't really work when you try to jump on something that's like a bunch of inches
Oh.
tall.
He says that he was trying to take your training. Were you training him?
I was training Lou, and all of a sudden, something plopped on my head.
Okay, just a misunderstanding.
Okay, well, you keep him on a leash.
I don't think he wants to be on a leash. Would Lou want to be on the leash?
Depends. Sometimes I clip him to my belt.
If you're into that.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm going to go to bed now.
Okay, good night.
I will just go back to doing my lessons with Lou until I get tired and go to bed.
Okay.
Legends
So
of
you
Logomancy, sponsored by Adam and Eve. No.
you go to bed. You wake up in the morning just as the sun's starting to crest, and you can hear some noise outside.
Okay.
We hear good noises.
Yeah, they're good noises. It's like the sound of a conversation.
That's good. Dern's up already. I mean, it's sunrise. It's normally his exercise time, but apparently he's not allowed to do CrossFit here. He's been told by people. By
Agnes is
almost
her normal. Agnes is her normal grumpy morning person self. Non-morning person self. And pokes her head out the door to see whether or not we actually have to get up.
Standing in the main entryway to the longhouse is Eula, Callahan, and Antifar. And they're talking, and you can tell the conversation used to be hushed, and as it has progressed, they have progressively just kind of fallen into a a general, fairly loud conversation.
Hmm.
It's not really an argument necessarily per se, so much as like a general sense of concern. Antifar looks like she's unsure. Eula looks, well, uninterested almost would be the tone. And Callahan, well, he looks kind of like Callahan. He's got this sense set into his face where he's like, he knows he's right, but he also knows better than to say, I'm right.
Ah, yes, the dangerous thing to say.
But yeah, that's what you see when you poke your head out.
Can I hear the conversation?
Snippets of it. They're just far enough on the other side, and that of like kind of where you guys are sleeping. That like it's almost little pockets of it you can kind of hear as their tones flex up, and they're clearly talking about the gate.
Hmm.
5 more minutes.
Callahan looks up and goes, "Well, you're awake. Get up. Let's get this. Let's get this done and over with."
This is why I don't live in the kitchens.
If
Dern's
you
just
did,
Dern's doing like the getting his basic exercises in.
Those really crappy, like
The-
swingy pull-ups.
Yeah. But with you doing this, I think that you're trying to bring me in for a landing, so I come towards you.
okay.
Perfect, a new exercise partner.
Uh,
Follow after
do-
me.
Do you guys go out into to where the gate is? Okay. Heading out, you can see like through the night, people have actually like made a decent clearing. The grass has been pulled, and you can see there used to be actual like stones that had been laid, like actual like this had been like a cobbled nice area that somebody had put together and taken time, that had been then like covered by dirt just kind of as time had moved on. They've cleared them away, they've got everything set up, and Eula is now standing basically in front of the gate, and everyone else is kind of to milling about. Callahan takes a deep heavy sigh and he goes, "Well, might as well get this over with." And Eula raises her hands up. And as she does, the stone reacts in the center. And it goes from the kind of deep, almost like standing purple, to a absolute rich blue. And then it turns white to match the 6 other stones around it. And at first it starts subtly. You don't notice it until you start to notice bits of dirt hopping along the ground. And the ground begins to shake a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more, until it almost seems like everything except the gate is tumbling. Or is not tumbling, is kind of shaking. And then on the inside, you didn't notice it before, but the inner ring, it tapers in. Inside the ring turns itself a brilliant white. And then Agnes, those 24 runes you saw before, they cycle on top, hovering just off of, in like a rich amber, in front of the top stone. And then it shifts kind of, as it cycles through them, it shifts along the edges of the ring, starting out and spreading and spreading and spreading and spreading until you can see all of the runes are almost look like they're burned into the stone. And then 6 runes light up, hovering in that same kind of rich amber over top of the white stones, before eventually settling with a 7th rune on top, and then they all go out. Callahan goes, and with that air of dramaticism, Hoots, get it out of your system. And from the section, you hear him giddily punch one of the stones, and it lights up. Whereas before they did nothing. It lights up in like a white light on the pedestal. And you watch like a corresponding one of the white lights just lights up. The stone that you thought was stone, it lights up like a brilliant light. And he goes, Chevron 1 encoded.
What does he say?
Chevron 1 and encoded. And Callahan turns to look at him and goes, "That's all you get." And he goes, Hoots goes, "Nah." And he hits the next one and goes, "Chevron 2 encoded." And there's people that are like, they know what he's going for, but they're like clearly embarrassed he's going through the motions of it this time.
I don't know
He
what's
goes-
happening.
I do, and this is
Even
terrific.
better. Even better that Quill has no idea what's going on.
Mac has no idea.
I know.
You
and
didn't
just-
watch enough Stargate.
And he goes through and he dials in the reading out as he counts up, and he gets to where he's got to the seventh one. He stops. He puts his hand down, and there's an audible thump. And you watch this, like all of the dirt is completely pushed away from the ground, revealing the cobblestones that had been below in a perfect circle around the gate. And Hoots goes, "Chevron 7 locked." And in the middle, there's a snapping kind of like pop, and you can see, although it's dark where you are now, and the sun is only just starting to set, now, before, where you could see through this hole, you see an entirely different place. And the sun is relatively high where it is there. And you can hear birds chirping that you couldn't hear before, but they're almost muddled. Callahan goes, "Your doorway."
Dern looks
I-
to the other three.
I go, woohoo! And dash fly through.
See you later, Hoots.
Hoots waves. His
Uh,
wingtips are still like just hardcore fluttering.
I understood this reference.
And then run through the gate.
Dern looks to Quill and goes, "Well, shall we?"
I don't want to go through that.
Too bad. Dern grabs him and just dashes through to the gate.
All you hear is just like that noise you hear when you grab like a cat's tail, like.
As you step through, you kind of walk through to the other side, and you find yourself in a courtyard. You can hear the birds chirping, and around you, you can see kind of like almost like what looked to be like they used to be fountains, but a thick layer of moss has grown over everything. And can I get everyone to roll me a perception check?
Of course.
Yes, ma'am.
Perception 19 by Dun.
17.
11.
Okay. Ryan, we gonna get a perception check?
Oh, that was persuasion.
It's also not showing up in the chat.
Oh yeah. Are you just sending them
Uh,
to me?
Yeah, I
you-
think
you're-
it's set to whisper. Let's fix that. But yeah, I rolled a 4. I perceive nothing.
So, we'll start kind of from the bottom, work our way up. Fox, this is sure an abandoned place, but a little bit of elbow grease and it would be nice. Quill, you can tell that like this place isn't just abandoned, it's destroyed. And then Agnes and Dern, as you kind of look about, you can see it almost looks like every surface around you was charred.
Oh.
And then it has been left since. And the point of that charring is the gate you just walked through. As you turn back to look, you watch as you can see the people you just left. Callahan goes, "Oh, I forgot to give you something." And he throws through a small, it looks like a notebook almost. And he goes, "Agnes, that's the coordinates to dial home, by the way. Since you understood it, punch them in when you're ready to come home. You got 2 weeks." And as he says that, the gate closes and leaves you with a hole through to the other side, looking up on what appears to have once been a fairly nice town hall. And Quill, Agnes, and Dern, you hear the sound of footsteps, and that's where we'll go to break.
Dun dun dun.
We'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Mac, would he be Big Mac?
I'll kill you.
Well, so when we left our little break, you had just arrived in what appeared to be a blown out and destroyed town, and you heard footsteps. They're approaching, but they're approaching slowly, not menacingly, almost lazily. What do you want to do?
I would like to grab that notebook, and I just want to close it and put it in my bag for now.
Okay.
I
Go ahead. Go.
can I sense where the direction that sound is coming from?
Oh yeah, like so. The town you were in. So there's the gate. There are two fountains, basically off to the side of it, and one behind. And then there's like a main thoroughfare that runs like straight down, and then it kind of like there's like curving streets, and you can hear them coming from like down one of like the little like side streets.
Okay, I turn and pull out my bow really quick because I'm scared because I just came through this portal and I'm hearing things. I just like
Dern quickly puts his hand up and steps in front of the group.
Okay.
To just kind of get in the way and just go, hello.
From around the corner appears a tall for a human, slender figure. And he kind of stops for a moment, considers you, and then carries on towards you. He carries himself very differently from the person that you would expect to find walking around the ruins of a town. He's well dressed. His robes are a deep, rich in color, and he's got his hood up, but not really to conceal his face so much as it looks like he's just trying to keep the sun off of him. You can notice even from a distance, like the way he glimmers, it's real gold thread that is sewn into this robe.
I keep my bow drawn.
As he gets closer to you, he seems to be studying you, looking from one to the other to the other. As you get kind of a
Ooh.
closer look at him, you notice his eyes almost have like a same purple as the stones you saw, but they're mixed with gray, and his skin's like a very ashen color. Like he doesn't see a lot of sunlight. But he walks, even though he presents as quite old, from your first glance, he walks with the youth and vigor of a man who's not as old as he would seem. He's got a fairly long beard that is braided and capped in 3 rings. The lowest ring is iron, the ring above it bronze, and the ring above that gold. And his hair is pulled back neatly and also braided back. As he looks between the 4 of you, there's almost a disinterest on his face. Finally, he goes, "Only 4. I'd hoped Callahan would send more."
Well, technically 5.
And he looks, and you see him squint for a second. He pulls out a pair of glasses and he puts them on the edge of his nose. He goes, "Oh, 5 is better than 4." And he pulls the glasses back off and tucks them into his robes.
I put my bow down and I pull Lou out and I go, "There's technically 6. This is Lou. He's the dragon."
You feel Lou lift up off, kind of turn around a little bit, and get placed back on your shoulder and go, "How fascinating." And you watched, like, from inside his robes, his hands had kind of moved a little bit.
For a brief moment, I freaked out. And then I see his hands and I'm like, "Oh, okay. Oh, dear."
Wow,
Lord-
your tail got all puffy there.
I'm going to take a step forward and
Mhm.
say, Lord Magnus? I'm Agnes. Nice to meet you.
"Please, just Magnus." And he extends a hand, palm upwards towards you. But, like, it's like he's going for a handshake, but he's just kind of reached his hand out in the general direction of you.
Dern will do a bow. and go, Dern Rupa, the silver light of massive height and bringer of most massive hope at your service.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "That's quite the title. I am Lord Magnus, the Lord Mage of the Kingdom of Hemlig, first upon which the first king laid."
Oh,
Which
you
is a
forgot,
full
old
He has
fucker.
long.
That's Callahan.
Hmm?
So
So I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
you said old fucker. You missed old fucker. Callahan said that
He's
with
like
all your titles.
he's unfazed, but he kind of chuckles and he's like, "That does sound like something Cal would say." Yes.
I- Step forward and go, kind of like squinty-eyed. I'm Quill.
It's a pleasure
That's
to
it,
meet you,
Quill.
Quill.
What?
That's a good name. A good
It is a
name
quick.
for. And he kind of like looks at you and he kind of like examines you. Goes, "Tabaxi. We don't see a lot of tabaxi.
What's she tabaxi?
You are a tabaxi."
I thought I was a cat.
Oh, rekindled. You're so fascinating.
Over.
Dern kind of freezes and goes, uh, we were sent here to help, if
Yes,
I am correct.
yes. There's a matter of mild annoyance that unfortunately I can't deal with myself. Um, I'd set you
So
loose
you
on.
send one annoyance after another.
Well, you are collectively uniquely poised to deal with this annoyance and maybe to create more. And he looks at Quill. He goes, "I imagine the council will love you." And he looks to the rest of you and goes, "I need envoys I can trust, but envoys that may also be trusted and yet are not from here."
Dern uses divine sense on Magnus and his party.
Uh, Almost sickeningly sweet.
Oh. Oh dear.
I don't know what that means.
Dern kind of just nods and goes, "Is this the true Magnus we're dealing with?"
Only, well, isn't that a fascinating question? I believe Callahan once referred to it as a ship of thesis. How often can you replace the original before it's no longer? What makes the boat the boat?
I'm
Oh,
sorry. Did you
I've
say
heard
a
that
ship
one
of
before.
feces?
Sorry, you guys went over top of each other. Quill, what did you say?
I said, did you say a ship of feces?
I thoroughly look forward to introducing you to the council, Quill.
um, Dern is immediately like on edge from the sickeningly sweet. Like,
So
does anybody have water?
so
I've got
Magnus,
listen.
Hmm.
if you're comparing yourself to that ship, how many times have you had parts replaced?
Parts or the whole? That's what makes a man a man.
Um,
He stares off into the distance for a while and he goes, "But by my
depends on
count,
how you're factoring in. I mean, you could go from a biological standpoint, you could go by a cultural standpoint, you could go by a self-identification standpoint. There are many things that make a man a man.
he goes, well, at least
And I
12.
lean over to Quill. This is philosophizing.
Well,
I'll make sure I won't eat them then.
Dern, Dern's confused. I think is the best way how to kind of put it. He really hasn't felt like this sense from his spell before. And is very wary. And would like to do kind of an insight check as he asks the next question,
Mm-hmm.
which is, what is it you have asked of Callahan and the womb?
What have I asked? Well, of Callahan, I just simply said I needed help. And an assurance of safety. And of the womb, and more specifically you, I've most recently asked of, well, assistance, I suppose, in being diplomats would be the most apt term for what I would need from you, if that's not too much to ask.
Dern only got a 6, so that's always a good thing.
As far as you can tell, there is no reason he could possibly be lying to you. It's not even necessarily that he's not lying to you so much as he doesn't seem interested in lying to you.
Okay. I think Dern goes, if we are to be diplomats, I presume we must know what's to be happen. There's a lot that you have to explain to us here.
Well, I'm an open book.
Now, do you need us to be diplomats in the sense of, you know, negotiating peace between two warring countries, or more as you need us to be diplomats, as in diplomats, but actually spies?
Thank you for the sub, Ramshackle. Well, no. Spying would be defeating of the purpose of what we're looking here, and warring is the exact opposite of what I would like to see be the outcome.
Well, that's what I was wanted to know is, right, are there two countries at war, or two parties and you need peace, or I mean,
some may seek war from our arrangement. I would prefer it not, and would actually prefer more of the opposite. But war is an inevitability with time.
Why do you need us for those conversations?
How much did Callahan brief you on
Oh,
what
very
happened
little.
here?
Very little.
So not
well,
much
I'd
has
say
changed.
somewhere between little and nothing.
Yeah.
So not much has changed. How we do not actively still keep in touch with the womb since the gates closed, and how much do you know of our kingdom?
That you
We-
belong to a seashore.
We were told there would be an ocean.
There is.
That's pretty much, honestly, that's kind of all we really know is that there's some water nearby.
See, now,
Really?
are you sure?
I'm kind of questioning this whole group's intelligence level at a whole new level as I realized just how little we knew before we went through the gate.
Are
They
you
just
sure you
kind
don't
of
want to?
sent us through.
Are you sure you don't want a comedy troupe? We're far more qualified for that than diplomats.
From what I understand of the Rekindled, there is very little difference between comedy and diplomacy.
I keep hearing this rekindle thing. What's a rekindle? Is it like restoking the fire?
Some have Go ahead.
I think Dern looks to Foxglove and says, "It is us. Maybe not you necessarily, Fox, but it is the three of us."
All who come to the womb are supernaturally powerful compared to a person from their day to day. And they lived lives elsewhere, lives that were distinctly different from their now. And yet here, they may be as small gods that some of us may spend a lifetime or several to achieve but a modicum of that power. You may achieve in days. It's fascinating, but dangerous and not always welcomed.
Must have been very hard being close to Cal, feeling that way.
I was never close with Callahan. He's young and brash. And a bit of, oh, how would he phrase it? A douchebag. But
What's a douchebag?
I'm unaware. But it seems like an insult. And, well, he was never one I much cared for. Faryana, I believe?
Farlin.
Farland, that is it. I'm sorry. Names slip with time.
Well, good
And
news. You're Magnus and I'm Agnes, and I think we're going to be swell friends.
Agnes, I enjoy your energy that you bring here. But before I had limited interaction with the womb other than a passing curiosity and necessitations, of course. And he waves a hand, and you watch all of the lights on the gate sparkle as he does. Almost as if, like, from a distance, he, like, half activated it and then, like, turned it off. And he goes, but that's neither here nor there. Your abilities and the people that came from the womb once freely came to Hemlig. And there was an accident. And he kind of, like, looks around.
At the charring and stuff.
He goes, this, I doubt, was intentional, though. How do you convince people who only have 80 years on this world, or less, that anything can be an accident that looks like this? You may hear it called the cataclysm, a oft over-described and romanticized time period, but regardless of intentions, this was the result of something that the rekindled that were here did, among other incidents.
So they did it because they lived such short lives?
I don't know. We never found the people who actually did this.
I don't know.
But
I can't imagine living for such a short time. It'd probably make me angry and want to light things on fire too.
it's a fascinating way to think of things. But, and he kind of like looks about for a moment, as if he's not seeing what's physically here, but he's seeing a memory. And he comes back to you and he goes, this was Godsby. Or Gordsby might be easier to pronounce in what you say. This was a farming town, and then it became a center of trade, as so many would have called it. It was a nice town. And then the event happened, and, well, it's not so nice. But it is believed that it was an attack, and for safety's sake, we deactivated the gates. Or
How far did the event go?
well, the explosion was contained here. The actual event would have been the creation of the wilds, a forest that overnight sprang up and is unwelcoming to most, and shrank our borders. And there are those who wish to see our borders once more reach where they were. But I'm not particularly interested in matters of state. I am more interested in knowing the fates of those who resided in what we once called White Summer, which would have been the central point of the event. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
What do you need us to do?
I need you to either find out if those who still live in White Summer are friends or foes, and if they are either, you, as fellow Rekindled, would be uniquely situated to talk to them. Or maybe not, but probably. But
Friends or foe of what?
of Hemlig, I suppose. It would be
And what is Hemlig?
the kingdom. Of course, I forgot. I have to think about things that are so trivial these days. Oops. I accidentally closed that window. 2 seconds.
You have all of your notes in one
yeah.
place.
I do. That's a problem.
My mind palace is huge. You would not understand.
Hey, Twisted Little Elf, thanks for the gifted subs. That's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, friend.
Uh,
Was not expecting that.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So he kind of like stops for a moment and he goes,
I was gonna keep doing this. You're gonna keep umming. I know it. So I'm just gonna keep.
yes, no, thank you. If anything distracted me. Magnus goes, I wouldn't care if Johan hadn't asked me to keep an eye on things for him. But in that, we will eventually need to know where those who reside in the wilds and in White Summer lie. And if they want to be left alone, that's probably for the best. And also, maybe you can answer a question for me, but I don't yet know the question of which you could answer.
I have a slight question for you.
Of course, Turnrupta.
Dern kind of just steps a little bit forward and goes, are you Fey or Celestial?
I believe the skill you used is called... Oh, what did they call it? Divine Sense?
Yes.
I'm neither. But your skills work in unique ways, don't they? A binary thought of good and evil, what is good? Is it nature or action?
Dern looks to Magnus.
Philosophizing again.
And turns and goes and looks at it and goes, good is the willingness to protect those you love and those you care for.
Then I would consider myself a good man.
And Dern nods to this and goes, then if you seek out for the good of your people, I, Dern, will help you make sure that the good of your people is preserved.
All I could ask. He goes, but I suppose the best way to do that would be an introduction. For if I send you without acknowledgement, then there's a chance no matter the answer to your question of friend or foe will not be believed by those who need to learn sometimes money and power don't buy common sense.
So I take it the council doesn't know we're here yet.
No.
Oh, good. Do you have an important seat on this council, or are we all in a lot of trouble? Because, we can handle ourselves, but you seem like you take a long time to say things, and that's fine. I say a lot in a really short period of time. But I guess what I'm a little concerned about is we don't know anything about what any of this, and it seems really important, and I want to be sure I understand. So you have people in White Summer who are rekindled.
Mhm.
That town, space, colony, people was overtaken by the wilds?
No, it is the source of the wilds.
Oh, it's the source of... Oh boy. And the wilds is what caused this catastrophe?
No, they are from the same event.
They're from the same event. Okay. And that event happened how long ago?
Ah. And he kind of like stares at the sun and he goes, 20? 30 years ago.
Oh, so
Okay.
it just happened.
It's a fairly recent occurrence.
Dern turns and goes, 20, 30. I was just born 20, 30 years ago.
Like, you're a baby.
Callahan said that
Pretty
the
old Dragonborn. I mean, young for a dragon. I need to find
Okay,
out.
I
how
want
long
to roll on if
Dragonborns
I
live.
caught that. I want to roll on if I caught it.
Give us a
Or
perception.
insight. Okay. I have lost my Logomancy. 19 perception.
You definitely heard him muttering that.
Okay. Not going to talk about it right now. But I got it. Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, you said they're gonna like me, so why would we have any troubles?
Oh. I like you, Quill. I don't think they're going to like you much, and that makes me like you more.
So, Quill,
Yes.
when Hoots was giving you some of his English lessons or
No, he
common
didn't.
lessons, did he ever cover sarcasm?
Yes. Well, I knew sarcasm before, but like, it's kind of hard for me to pick up. So, is this when someone's being sarcastic? So they don't like me?
I like you, Quill. I don't think the council will. And that excites me.
So you like that they don't like me, but you like me because they don't like me.
More or less.
Why don't they like me? They've never met me.
They're stuffy. And you're anything but.
I kind of pull out Lou, and I'm like, Lou's technically a stuffy too. He's full of fluff.
Does
And
does
listen,
Magnus
yeah,
crack a
how do you
smile?
see what the other stuff he's
It's like
doing?
the corners of his lips turn up, and he's like very clearly enjoying this interaction. He goes, "It has
I
been
think
a long time since somebody has brought me as much joy as you do, Quill."
Well, that's very nice to hear. I'm often just kind of more annoying to people, so it's very nice to hear that you think that I'm enjoyable. But it's still concerning that these people that you're sending me to aren't going to like me.
Oh, they don't like, well, much of anything that doesn't end in coin or territory.
Do they have a nice fireplace?
I'm sure we can find you a good one, my friend.
What can we offer them that would make them feel like that would allow them to welcome us? We don't have money. That's not. I don't know if you ever spent a lot of time in the womb, but that's not really the name of our game.
we can offer them Quill.
Did we not offer them Quill?
Quill is not a tradable.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
quickly using my tail, like, kind of like tightly put it around his shoulder and go,
You're not going to give me to anybody. You're much smaller than I am. I'd like to see you drag me somewhere. If you was you trying to pull me through that portal, I would still be on the other fucking side.
Let's see.
Um,
He said that they wouldn't like you, right? So if
didn't
we
say the
offered
effort,
you
though,
to
so
them,
that's where-
they would have turned us down, but we would have still offered them something, right? Ah.
I don't like your logic, tiny man.
Dern looks left, right, and goes, "I'm not offering the hammer. I did that last time."
no, you will be in a unique position in that I am sure our queen will be more than happy to send somebody with such a fresh perspective on things.
Queen, what's her
I'm
name?
not sure.
Queen Lena.
Lena.
Well, then I guess we ask to be taken to this queen and this council.
Okay.
I just sent you a message in our Discord with a word. Don't need to repeat it.
Mhm.
I'm going to kind of look at you, and in that language, I'm going to ask you a question.
I gotta remember what languages he speaks. 2 seconds.
Which I've also
He
typed into our
speaks
Discord.
all of the language. No.
So he doesn't speak that language, but he recognizes it. Like he knows what language you're trying to speak. He just kind of pats you on the shoulder a little bit. It's not like I'm saying yes or no. It's just a like, that's good that you know languages, kind of almost.
Cool. So here's the funny thing. Quill does not know language well, but he does speak 5.
Dern speaks 2.
You
He
speak
is
more
not
languages
a
than me.
master of any of them. And they're wildly different languages. There are no similarities between my languages. Okay, well, I kind of asked that in a language none of you know or understand. I'm assuming you might. Do any of them know that language?
I don't think so. I'm just
Okay.
double checking.
Unless it's draconic, no.
No.
Nope.
Cool. I kind of like grab Lou from my hood and I kind of hold him tight and I go,
Well, I don't want to stand around in the burnt out city anymore. It's kind of eerie and I don't like it.
Well then, shall we off then?
We shall. Dern's keeping an eye and a watch on the kind of body language and stuff and trying to think back to the sweetness in his mouth that had occurred from the thing. I just realized how bad that sounded.
this random man in a random alley put a taste of sweetness in my mouth.
He put the taste of sweetness. It was like sugar.
It almost tastes like a Krabby Patty. Sorry. It's just sometimes your
The
Dern goes to that.
sweetest taste. Crabs. God damn it. Anyway, can I do a check to kind of think about what that would be, or would Dern know what that is?
Think about what Magnus said to you
Mm-hmm.
about the a binary understanding of
Good and
of,
evil.
of good and evil,
Mm-hmm.
and of a misunderstanding of bigger concepts.
Right. So we're entering into the gray area of kind of things. This is what my thought was.
You do not necessarily need to be um, anything like that
Mm-hmm.
to necessarily have the impact. Remember,
Right.
it's overwhelming good, overwhelming evil are the
Mhm.
two kind of like senses that you get.
Yeah.
Now, to define this taste a little bit more for you so you get an idea, it was sickeningly sweet.
Yeah.
Like chocolate that somebody had left out. So it was still sweet, but it had an undertone.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I get what you're throwing down.
Okay.
And I think Dern would understand that kind of feeling, in the sense that this is a man that I can trust as far as I can throw him, and Dern's a pretty good throw.
Mm-hmm. So as you walk along, the day progresses fairly uneventful. Hold on. Oops, that's not what I meant to do at all. But okay.
A 3. What does it mean?
Wasn't supposed to be a d20 I rolled, so don't even worry about it.
Oh my god!
It means that 3 of us are about to die.
3 exact rocks fall.
No, yeah, you progress through the day. The weather remains relatively calm. There's almost a muggy sense that the day will later progress probably into some form of storm. It's cold here, but not as cold as it was in the winter that you were at the womb. It's almost a mild cold. There's little bits of snow on the ground, but nothing really overwhelming. And Magnus leads you towards out of Gordsby and down an unused path. You can tell once upon a time the road you are currently traveling used to be a major highway. And now it has completely fallen into disrepair. Nobody travels this way anymore. There's not really much point. As you get further along, you start to kind of come down off of rolling hills. And you start to see farms pop up. And something that might catch your eye, looking at your guys' passive perception, to be something most of you would notice, although for those of you that may be interested in farming will be dependent. The farms seem to be situated where it's one of those longhouses you saw before, with a collection of smaller houses around it, and then the farm is built out from there. So they're almost like small isolated communities as you're going along, and there's paths and stuff like that. And as you finally reach towards a major road, in like an intersection, and then you merge onto effectively what is a major highway. There are tons of people moving along this. There's trade carts that are rumbling along. There's collections of people heading off to who knows where. But they go ahead.
Can we get a feel for, like, I want to know how they're dressed. Like, are we primarily seeing humans? Are they primarily wearing like traveling garb? Like, what kind of aesthetic are we seeing?
So when you pass any of the trade caravans that you're seeing that are kind of rumbling along, you notice they're all fairly well dressed. Like they're traveling clothes, but they're nice traveling clothes. Like they're presenting an image. And each of these caravans that go by, they all have different sigils kind of like carved onto their things. They represent different trade companies. It's pretty easy to put together what they are. A lot of common people, just in everyday clothing, that are moving in and out of the town. They're either moving in, like coming in for a day or two or whatever, carrying rucksacks. Now, the primary makeup of the people that you're seeing are humans, orcs, and half orcs. That is primarily what you see. There are other people. You see elves mixed in with the collection. You see gnomes and halflings that are on, but they don't wear similar clothes. It's almost as though they're tourists in the area. They're not as like symmetrical. They stand out because they're not wearing similar clothing.
Okay.
So we kind of fit in with that crowd, if you will.
Yeah, there's plenty of travelers. Now, as you get further along your journey, people start to kind of like glance, but they're not looking at you. They're looking at Magnus. And there's an almost sense of like confusion. Like people are looking at him, and then they're looking at you guys almost like passively. But then they just kind of like sweep the thought away as they go along. Do you have any other questions as we get further along before we get?
Are they looking at him with recognition? Like they know who he is?
Oh, they definitely know. Like any of the humans, orcs that are wearing like either trade clothes, you've seen what appears to be almost like guards as you go along, that you pass by, and they are wearing, like they notice him, and it's kind of like a nod, like okay, we recognize you, we recognize your position, is what they're doing as they pass him. But otherwise, it's like they're looking, but they're kind of just giving it a second glance as a way to think about it.
So the looks, they're like looks of respect or like anger or hatred or
Almost confusion. It's like like we know you're out here, but why are you here specifically? And then that's when they look at him, they kind of give that look, they look to you, and then it's kind of the like, oh, okay, whatever, like they just like pass it along, like it must be something official.
Mm-hmm. So as we're traveling along, is there anybody at the side of the road I might notice that catches my eye?
You notice a lot of like, as you go along, where from those farms where that pass in, you get a lot of guards, but they're not dressed like town guards that you would expect. They're wearing, very similar clothing, very similar looks to each other, but the big difference is that where their capes come together, they wear very similar the sigils that you saw before, like not the same ones necessarily, but the same kind of way where there's a sigil on the brooch that holds their cape together. And some of them are completely uniform. They're all wearing the same brooch. Some of them are different brooches, almost like they're from different groups. And you notice that these are almost primarily made up of humans.
Okay. But no one that like catches my eye that looks funny or interesting?
There's nobody really like stand outish. In fact, if anything, the thing that might catch your eye the most is the fact that these people are almost like disinterested in you. Like they look at Magnus and they're just like meh. That they don't really seem to care per se as you guys pass by.
I was about to say, like, does Dern stand out a little bit more because of being a dragonborn and being a silver dragonborn at that?
People have like stopped to look at you, but it's like they kind of give you the look of like, okay, that's weird, but whatever. Like there's recognition there, but from what you can tell, the people that you're walking by have seen enough other races that for the most part, it's just like they're vaguely interested in the way that they'll go home to their wives and they'll go, "You'll never guess what I saw on the road today."
There was a big old silver guy walking around.
Looks like a fucking dragon.
Is anyone like looking at us from the shadows or trailing behind?
Roll me a perception check.
16.
So as you've progressed on your way through, you notice there was the rustling of somebody moving along. But as you got to the main road, they kind of broke off. And with a 16, that's all you notice.
Yes, sir.
Lots of trade here, Magnus. Dern will say as we're walking.
Yes, Havborg is by far probably one of the largest trade empires, at least on the southern part of the continent.
Dern kind of approaches Magnus a little bit closer and goes, "How far did that gate take us? Are we on a different continent?"
No, same continent, but if I had to guess, I'd say. Hold on, I gotta do the math here.
I apologize.
Nope, that's all good.
How dare you make our DM do it?
Players asking the dangerous questions.
If I had a Fitbit in this world, how many steps would I get?
You've
then-
introduced trade. I want to know all the sigils and all the type of trade done by every different group that we
Yeah.
pass by.
Yes.
Just gonna
And Quill wants to know about all of the new tree types and if they're speakable, if you can speak to them. And he wants to know if the
Only-
philosophizing abilities of every animal he meets. Hope you prepped all of this, because this shit coming in the next 3 weeks.
Well, you can only talk to the trees if they're awakened.
Yeah, they might be awakened. And if they're not, I'll shake them so that they wake up.
So you have traveled roughly 1,590 kilometers, give or take a few.
So
I've traveled across Canada.
Effectively, yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
how many kilometers?
Just shy of 1,600, let's say.
1,600. This is important. 1,600 with an average of 1312 per kilometer is 2,099,200 steps. Now, because it's also important, steps to calories, I'm gonna say that is 21,000 calories.
Dern, it
It
sounds
seems
like Quill's
low.
interested in CrossFit with you.
no. Yeah, Dern's going like, "Wait, you're talking about steps? Talking about how long it takes?" Oh. Dern's like, "Yes,
There's
There's
a
a chance.
21,000 calories seems low. This calculator is wrong.
Anyways, moving along. But yeah, is where you're quite far by ship. For us to reach the womb, it would take, I'd say, probably 4 weeks by one of our fastest merchant ships, and then to travel inland via longboat, you're probably looking another 4 months with the rivers, so quite a distance.
Dern's just kind of like, "What? What?"
How long as the owlin flies?
Well, depends on how quickly. Hold on, I gotta break that number down into.
No, don't worry. Don't worry about it.
yeah.
And David, it's fine. I am gonna do the math later. but-
Quite a while, I would imagine, if he flew straight and flew through the night and was willing to become a little tired and rest for a few days. I'm sure he could make it fairly quickly, but quite a while, I would imagine.
This is a complete. I'm sorry. In my mind, every time Hoots flies, I always picture him like vertical,
T-posing.
Yeah.
Just
Does
wings
Hoots?
out.
Because that's what I pictured Hoots doing. Because isn't quite good at it. But can he like bring? Because of the way his wings are, can he actually bring his like legs up and fly horizontally?
According to D&D art, yes.
Okay. For some reason, it just picked in my mind. I was like, wait, yeah, I've always pictured him T-posing. And I was like, that's a long way to T-pose away to try and move forward. Sorry. Anyways, back to your lovely written story.
I expected this. You eventually reach the gates. And as you first kind of came across the town or the city, you could see the coast come into view. And out from it, you see, as the sun is starting to get low, a shimmer of lights, as lights are starting to be lit in town. And the light is reflecting off the ocean in the distance. You can see that it's kind of at the head of a bay. And just on the edge of your perception, you can make out an island. It's not quite visible from where you're standing fully, but you can tell it's out there. As you pass along down through the gate and you get closer, you start to notice the walls. So the walls themselves that are around the city kind of form like a circle outwards. And the wall that faces is a sharp, risen wall made of collections of stones. On the other, it creates a flat top, and then you can see that it curves down. So you could actually like effectively walk up the wall from the other side.
Oh.
You notice that there's little built-out areas where the more tactically minded might realize you could easily put siege weapons. And inside, you can see there's clusters of little pockets of effectively what you saw with the farms, where there was a long house, a neighborhood built around it, and then almost like a wall. There was not like an actual wall, but like a collection of like things around. As you get closer, you start to realize they're businesses built around residential pockets. Closer towards the bay, there's a large fortress that has been constructed. And it sits a little bit like there's a natural hill and it was built on top of the hill. So it's got a really good view out into the way. A little ways off, where almost a cliff starts to form, you can see a castle that has been built. And there's a large harbor that is full of ships. Some of these are slender and sleek looking ships. Some of these are fat merchant ships. Some of them are very clearly warships. But this is a very important city. And Magnus, along your travels, had told you this is Havborg, the capital city of the kingdom of Hemlig and the seat of power. It is also the central location of trade to the kingdom of Hemlig. As you get to the gates, you notice people that are coming through are stopped and they're asked to present something. And what they pull out is a medallion, like a wooden medallion that's carved with a sigil in it. And hanging off of it is a piece of wood on one side and little, what almost seems to be trinkets tied together. You can tell this entire thing forms a single piece that once they're done, they put back around their necks and they go through. As you approach the gate, the guards stiffen up. They look at Magnus and they go, Lord Einson, may we help you? And he just waves at them and they step aside. They don't question it.
Ooh. So this guy's got a lot of power.
Yes. As you come through the gates, you're led through the town, and now you start to notice, as you walk your way through, you notice that most of the traffic that's not human or orcish kind of sticks to the walls. Like there's a pathway that was specifically built for them, and there's inns along this pathway, but they keep there. Magnus does not take one of these paths. He walks straight into town. As you start to get further and further in, now there's looks. There's whispers, and there's questions. You can see it in the faces. This is unusual. Races come from all over to see Havborg. Races don't come into Havborg. So people watch you as you walk. And some of them, they look like they want to say something, but they first look at Magnus, and then they look at you, and then they don't.
So sorry, you said races don't come into.
Yeah,
So-
I'm confused.
Visitors, so other races, so if they're not orc or human, they don't come into the interior of the city. They stick to the walls. So from the harbor, there's almost like the entirety of the area around the walls was built specifically to like house people that are passing through. But then there's almost like a stopgap that exists where like it's like you don't go past here if you're not from here.
Hmm.
Mm.
So
Alright.
they're looking at us like going like, why are they here?
Yeah. So there's very much a question that's posed. Dern, how much tactical training have you done as part of like your studying to be a paladin?
Like tactical training, as in like,
Like when you're like learning combat and stuff, like how much of like group battle tactics would Dern have taken?
probably after he got back from like the first quest everybody went on, and seeing the way how Hoots did like the shoulder thing and things like that, I think Dern probably took a bit more time to learn that kind of stuff.
So both you and Mac, because Mac being a ranger, you'd understand a lot of the, or Quill would understand a lot of the elements of like tactical advantage of range points, just
Mhm.
innately. You notice from the wall into where like the people are, there's nowhere to hide.
Oh.
The wall can see the entirety of the area where visitors are allowed to visit.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
the exterior of the wall is fairly well lit, but the interior of the wall is very well lit.
Got it. There's nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
Got it.
So and then once you pass, again, I meant that stopgap in, so as you're passing through, you notice like basically the edges of the of all of these little communities that are inside Havborg are made up of like shop stands and little places and like regular vendors, like kind of like almost like bodegas and
Hmm.
like convenience stores, that kind of like simplified stuff. Like it's designed for like quick trade and quick services. It's what they are. They're effectively little services built around the communities. But you also notice as you're going along, they form a very nice defensible line.
So this is like a tactically defensible city kind of
The-
thing. Like they're expecting attacks.
Yes. Well, that
They
from
also have a killing field on the inside of their walls too.
So Havborg is a fortress. It literally means a fort on the sea.
Got it. So Dern's kind of taking a look at this and like looking around and going like, it's almost unsettling comparatively to the womb.
Mhm.
There is literally a wall up between him and these people.
Yeah. Perceptions, what they are passively, you would notice though inside where these like stands and services are, it's very community focused. You see entire generations eating together, sitting together, communing. Even when they stop to look, you notice it's not like one generation. It's not even necessarily one what you would consider a traditional family. There's a large collection of people, and they eat and dine and sleep together fairly frequent, like just in a nice little space. I understand I worded that, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
It like
Oh,
it's
don't worry. We know what you mean.
they're very communal. They're very like there's a very strong communal sense,
Right.
but those communities are defended.
Got it.
Um,
Dern will take notice of this and lock away a few questions for later.
you were eventually led to that fortress you saw earlier.
Hmm.
And what used to be, You can see they used to be large doors with a portcullis. The portcullis is now fused into the roof, and the doors are ornate. As Magnus approaches, he raises a hand and like dismissively waves. There's no magic. He's waving to somebody, and the doors swing open for you. And as you enter into a large lobby.
Yeah.
There's huge stone pillars, and this is where you can notice that this is a fort that has been repurposed for a more luxurious appearance.
Mm-hmm.
The stone, like the floor, is actually like a beautiful hardwood flooring. It's old. You can tell it's been maintained through the centuries. The stairs that are themselves fairly defensible have been adorned and made to look nice. Even the pillars that are designed to support this large structure are designed to naturally look very decorative, like there's been a facade put up on them.
Dern looks down to his feet and realizes, he's got slightly clawed feet, and he goes like, and he goes up to a servant or like to a person who opened the doors and goes, "Do you have something I can put on my feet so I don't damage the floor? It's quite beautiful in here."
He goes, it'll buff out, I'm sure. And it's kind of like a nervous little giggle that follows it.
Yes. And Dern nods and goes, I apologize. As he goes to back to the group. As all you hear on the hardwood floors, clack, click, clack, click, clack.
Like a dog on fresh
like a
hardwood.
dog on hardwood.
Magnus leads you up. So there's like the fortress itself is a circular fortress, very similar to how you've come in. And he leads you up to the opposite side of the room, up a set of stairs. And as you walk up the stairs, you travel along up to the second level. And the second level is what you can see is 4 large offices occupy the center of the room. They're well presented. They've got large doors that are opened, and you can see people inside them working. Just outside, as the structure gets slightly smaller, moving up to this circular bit, there's more of those easily defensible positions, and you can see where cannons have actually been like leaned up against the walls. They're not active, they're not set up, but like they could easily be deployed. You're led up another flight of stairs, and now you're at the highest level of this fortress. Dungeons and Door Breakers, thank you for the host. As you're led up the last flight of stairs to this this central place and brought in, there's been a wall added here. You can see it doesn't fit, and it's beautifully polished marble that casts around. And the doors that you're met with here are a circular door hole with large solid wood doors that are currently closed in ornate hardware. The hinges are beautiful. The door knobs themselves are very, very stunning. Or not knobs, but like the pulls themselves. They're large, and they almost appear like they're solid pieces of gold that are put here. And there's a waiting space set out. Magnus stops here and goes, "Thank you for your companionship. I'll see you on the other side." And he walks around the wall and kind of disappears outside. And you can kind of see there's almost what looks like a secondary set of rooms back there. And you don't have to wait for long in this space before the doors open for you. And you are led into a room. And there's a room. In this room, there's a table that forms basically 2 halves, 2 sides of a triangle. On either side, there are chairs. And at the head, there's a single, much larger, more ornate chair. Seated at the spots already are a collection of men and women of both human and orc and half-orc natures, who are all seated, and they kind of regard you for a moment. And there is a table laid out with 5 chairs, all sized for you accordingly, and a small cushion.
Sized?
Like these were chairs that were made for people of approximately your size, and a cushion laid out on the table that clearly looks like it was left in front of the chair that would fit you best, Quill.
Okay.
there's a jug of water. And as you enter the room, the doors close behind you. You see the two people standing there, and they're wearing very similar attire to the guards that you saw before, except for now, instead of kind of a deep, like just muddy brown that you would expect a normal guard to wear, these are deep purple colored sashes and robes that they're wearing, and they carry staves which end in a blade like a halberd. But embedded in them are those purple stones you saw before that you now know are called arcanium. They're all about the size of the ones that you can see embedded in them are about the size of a D8. And there's about 6 per staff. And the guards just step out of the way of the door. The room itself is circular, as with everything else in this fortress. And in the what would be 4 corners of this room are tall statues. Each holds a different weapon. Like these are probably 15 feet tall. And embedded in their forehead is more of that arcanium. One of the guards, under his breath, goes, "You may sit."
Thank you. Thank you. Dern pulls out Agnes's chair. and gestures, and then he pulls out his chair and sits down in probably the largest chair of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Agnes tries not to make too much of a fuss as she like tries to take off her stuff and like put it beside her without it making all falling out all over the place.
It's silent. There's literally some torches, and like all of these people are watching you. So you're like, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry."
And in the bag, it's just like clink, 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 clink.
I just, in my little heavy, chunky armor, just hop up onto my little chair, and I don't care about the noise I'm making.
Dern's chair creaks as his armor is still quite heavy, and the Calabasha and his other hammer, you just hear boom, just like sound.
I sit in the chair.
There's kind of like an awkward silence that follows. You
Quill
can tell.
Oh, you continue.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say Quill out loud. It's gonna be like, so what are we supposed to do now?
There's a couple of like annoyed coughs. You notice that specifically the 3 people that look the most annoyed there's 3 humans closest to where that chair that forms the tip would be. 2 are male. One is a very plump, fat man. The other is skinny, but not in a way that denotes that he works out so much as like he's vain about his appearance. And the third one is a very nervous-looking woman. She's not so much like looking at you with disdain, as in she's very concerned about your presence there.
I'm going to notice the one who's looking concerned, and I'm gonna kind of like go, hello, my name's Quill. I'm gonna pull Lou out and go, this is Lou. He's my best friend. He's a dragon. Technically, he's still a stuffed animal, but he's a dragon.
There's an orc that's close to you. So there's 11 people seated currently at this table. So it's an uneven, there's 10 people seated at this table right now. So it's a perfectly even number on the sides. And there's an orc close to you, and he starts to laugh. And he goes, "That's what the cushion was for. That makes sense."
What cushion?
There was the cushion on the table that they put for us.
Oh,
And you hear in Sylvan, I thought it was for me.
It was clear it was intended to be left out for Lou.
I pick up on this and I go, oh, that's very nice. I'm gonna put Lou on the cushion.
Can I clarify then that there are 5 chairs behind this table and 1 cushion on the table?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is
Because- Magnus knew about Steve.
yeah, and that chair is on the floor, or there's a chair on the table for him.
It's like weirdly spindly long legs, like they're like braced out so it doesn't rock, but it's at the same level of like he could sit at it and have his like arms on the table the same way everyone else could.
Well, that is just so accommodating.
Dern, I guess, looks to the 10 that are there and. Do I introduce myself?
One of the lords, one of like the other orcs on the other side kind of goes, no. And like it's like you can see like the general realization that like you guys have no idea how these kinds of situations should play out.
Hell no.
And there's
I-
kind of like the three that I pointed out earlier are like, oh no, they're idiots.
I kind of lean over to him, and it's like, if there was supposed to be introductions, there would have been a chamberlain at the door who would have introduced us.
Oh.
What's a chamberlain?
Dern and Quill at the same time. What's a chamber?
It's the guy who stands at the door and introduces people.
Oh. It's saying it in slightly hushed tone.
There is a door to from your perspective,
Sorry,
the
no.
right hand side.
Not to interrupt. That lady I said hello to say anything back?
No, she just like she like very much like was like, please don't talk to me. Like that was like the look that's on her face.
I turn to Dern and I kind of go, "Oh, that's a little rude."
I think this is a formality we're not used to.
The door on the right opens, and from it walks a fairly young woman, somewhere in her late 20s at most. And she walks in, and as she's walking through, you can hear the distinctive soft clink of metal armor. She undoes her cape, wraps it around her arm, and tosses it to the side. And you notice a sword attached to her hilt, which she pulls off, and she leans gently against the side of her chair. And then you hear the like scurrying footsteps of a man who's definitely trying to keep up. He follows in the door and goes, "May I present the Queen of Hemlig, Lord Lena."
See, that's the chamberlain.
Oh.
And she sits in the chair like this. And she goes, "So, you're the rekindled that Magnus told me about."
We are from the womb, correct?
I've never been on fire before, let alone put out.
I have
Lovely
been
to
on
meet
fire,
you.
It's not fun. Let me tell you, Quill.
So she looks about at you guys for a little bit, and she just lets this like uncomfortable silence with the gathered lords and ladies in the room sit, and they're looking between her and you, and she looks amused.
I'm again going to go. Hi, I'm Quill. I kind of point to him and go, "Dashlo, he's my best friend."
She stands from her chair, and you notice this is the first time you notice that the chair is slightly elevated, and she looks weirdly tall sitting in it. And she steps onto the table, walks over the table into the middle space and across. She gets down on one knee and she looks at Lou and goes, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lou." She looks and Quill and Dernrupa and Agnes and Foxglove. And you can tell like she has no regard for like the supposed tradition that's supposed to be there.
Okay. I already like this queen a
Yeah,
lot better than anybody in this council.
I just kind of like turn to Dern and I kind of point to her and go, "I like her."
I do too.
As she stands and she walks around, she takes a glass from one of the humans on the other side, and she just drinks from it and tosses it aside and sits back down. You can tell immediately from this appearance she has very little respect for the people that are in this room, or at least some of them.
Mm-hmm.
The pompous tradition and everything doesn't seem to settle well for her.
Question.
Yeah,
What was the reaction of the person who she took the drink from?
it was very much like a oh, like it was like they knew there was nothing they could do.
Okay.
Um, and where are we? Yeah, she sits back down and she goes, "So, you're from the womb." And this isn't a question, it's a statement.
Well, they are. I was just passing through there.
Foxglove is a new friend of ours who is aiding us. But the three of us, yes, sorry, the four of us are from the womb. Yes.
Well, friends of ours are always welcome in my court. And then she looks over kind of around the room, and you see the man that's sitting closest to her stand up and go, My Highness, respectfully, these rekindled, they cannot be trusted, and the fact that the Lord Mage would see fit to bring them into these halls is an insult to us.
Excuse me, sir. You just claimed the queen as your own? You should be addressing her as Your Highness, not as you, like Your Highness, as in you're possessive.
He looks at you and goes, Do not presume to tell me the ways of this court.
All right, don't need to
I
get
am
different
familiar
about it.
with the ways of court. Maybe not this court.
He ignores you for a moment and goes, Cast them away. Let us deal with this problem ourselves. And there's kind of a general murmur from the human side, and it almost sounds agreeing.
What race is this guy?
He's human.
He's human.
So,
Yeah.
so how much have you done to resolve the problem in the last 20 or 30 years?
She smiles at this. And
You
she
personally.
goes, Well, Lord Kalen, that's an excellent question. How many results have your men turned up? Your
No, not his
envoys?
men. Him personally.
She's enjoying this. Like he's red in the face. And he's like visibly shaking a fist, like he's like trying to hold back his anger. And she goes, I thought as much. The Lord Mage has seen to make up for your shortcomings. And he goes, Your father, and she goes, is dead.
Quill kind of like slinks down a little bit and goes,
This is getting a little scary.
Dern is paying very close attention to this whole dynamic here.
She turns to look at you and goes, My apologies, my guests. Lord Kalen has sent out 15 scouts as of late to the wild, trying to gather what the rekindled who settled there have been plotting. And while I was content to believe that they just wanted to be left alone, none of those men have returned.
Is that not to like be like super optimistic or anything, but is there like a chance that they like got there and it was like really cool, so they just stayed? Has
And like
anyone,
you
and
can
then-
see the man sitting next to Lord Kalen looks like very annoyed at that, like even the suggestion, and he bristles a little bit, and the lady beside him like pats him gently on the hand, like a please don't say anything kind of motion.
do I see that?
Oh yeah, there's no subtlety to
Okay.
it whatsoever.
So I go, because like you keep calling me a rekindled, and I live in a place with probably lots of rekindled, and it's always a lot of fun. There's people that come there and they never leave because it's like, there's good stuff to eat and there's fun things to do.
And not racist bastards.
Dern goes, yes, we have come to this land by behests of the Lord Magi. And we have been asked to be envoys, if you will, to this city.
Lord Kalen scoffs. Like the mere concept of you being anything other than an inconvenience to him is like a joke. There's an orc a few down, who kind of like is nodding along. And he goes, he kind of like leans back in his chair a little bit, and he goes, well, if the Lord Mage has seen fit to appoint you four, he's never led us wrong before. And it's almost like he's saying it as a jab at the people across the table. And it's like, it's very pointed. And he kind of like regards, and you notice like a collection of rings on his hands, various different materials and stuff. And he looks at it, and he goes, Queen Lena, if I may, I like these newcomers. I would suggest trusting Lord Ironson in this matter. And like the two men on the end that are closest to her are now like blood, like just like you can see veins, and they're clearly like wanting to say something. There's some degree of decorum that's like keeping them back.
So, can I tell whether this guy is trying to actually support us or just doing this to piss off his opponents?
Roll me a perception check. Or an
That's
insight.
easy.
Insight, that works. That works still too. He is very clearly egging them on. He doesn't know you very well, but he's very clearly egging them on specifically.
Dern, maybe not exactly picking up on that, and goes, yes, he is a friend of a friend, as you have stated, which is a important perspective. So I believe we can call each other friends at this point. Putting his hand out towards the orc that had said that.
He kind of like puts a hand on his chest and bows a little in his seat.
Yeah, and Dern will do the same kind of like similar kind of gesture and goes, it sounds as if a different approach is required here. One that will hopefully lead to less bloodshed.
There's another kind of murmur as like a few of the lords and ladies lean over to one another, and they whisper a bit. There's a nod, and then a man, one of the humans on the very end of the human line, is dressed very differently, almost like medieval Europe meets samurai would be the best way I could describe like the clothes he's choosing to wear. And he looks over and goes, wow, it was my father who formed Tayo, and you trusted us then. Maybe these newcomers aren't so bad. And the queen nods politely to him and to the orc that spoke out first, goes, I must admit I'm hesitant, as would anyone here, be to trust rekindled inherently. But there's an unnatural power possessed by those from the womb, and it may be necessary in this situation. As the Queen of Hemlig, I hereby request formally you to enter the wilds, seek out White Summer, and see what news has come. And if you do not return, the orc lady sitting next to the first orc that spoke out goes, an army. And she nods. We will send an army, and we will crush them. The queen nods to this and goes, if you do not return, then truly there is something foul afoot. And to protect my borders and my people, I will burn the wilds to the roots if I must.
Dern will stand and go, I hope and pray it will not come to that.
So you guys
I would.
have been having a lot of enemies coming from the wilds, or just every time you send people into the wilds?
The Lord Kalen responds, the wilds have been host to all manner of wild and unnatural creatures for many, many months that have
Yes,
threatened
but
our borders.
Do they stay in the wilds?
Not always.
Your Majesty, how long do we have to come back?
She kind of like looks, and this is when you hear like the faint footsteps, and you didn't notice him open a door, but Lord Magnus is standing there and goes, well, you only have 2 weeks, I believe, to get home, so a week from your departure, I suppose, would be best. And she nods. The Queen Lead nods and goes, thank you, Magnus.
And
Yes.
just to throw out alternatives instead of, an army, have you heard of this wonderful thing they call walls?
Our walls already exist on the other side of the wilds, built there prior to its existence.
Dern nods and goes, we may not 100% promise a resolution, but we will do everything in our power to at least hopefully.
We will resolve it, or Dern will die trying.
Dern turns to him and goes, maybe not to that point, but Dern, we will make sure that blood will not spill on your lands. Yes.
She nods,
Dern's taken very aback by what Foxglove said.
and she pulls out a small pen, or what looks to be like a quill that would be written, made of arcanium.
So a small cat person.
And she leans forward to where her chair is, and she dips into a bit of ink, and she signs on the piece of paper, dots it, replaces the cap on her little like quill and puts it inside, and then runs her hand over the page. And as it does, a sigil of a wolf embraced in vines burns into the center of it for a second, and then the paper burns away.
That's some furry shit.
And she goes, you have 1 week to return from the wilds from the moment you arrive. And the orc that spoke up first goes, our fort at the edge of the woods will supply you for your journey. Head there and they will need you. And a third, basically where your samurai weeaboo person was sitting, the one in is a lady who's very well dressed, but she has probably been the like most kind of like observant. She hasn't even necessarily reacted to most of what's happened. She goes, they'll need a ship, Lord Brock. It's a week's journey on foot, and we cannot wait that long. Magnus goes, Lady Thorhead, I will provide the mine.
Did you say forehead?
Thorhild.
Oh. That was me asking, not Quill.
Yeah, no.
Not that Quill can remember any of that, but yes.
And Magnus bows to the collection. And Lord Kalen, in one last kind of like gesture of trying to get like some control, goes, they may not be housed in the city walls. And he looks like he's gonna say more, but Queen Lena raises a hand to silence him and goes, for both your safety and the safety of the people of Havborg, I unfortunately must agree. You may find accommodation outside these walls or elsewhere. It's of no concern to me where you choose to sleep, but he is correct. I cannot have you stay here. I still am not sure I can trust you.
Wait.
And if you do stay here, I don't know that the people may not take some of their existing frustrations out.
So do you often send representatives from other courts to sleep in the slums?
She smiles and she goes, "Well, that's a little bit different for you, unfortunately."
And Agnes, sorry, we're gonna say.
As we are, oh, I have something as we're leaving.
Kind of as there's kind of like a settling of the matter going at hand, the queen looks around, goes, "Well, there's nothing else." She stands up.
Your Majesty,
Yes.
I understand your hesitation around the rekindled, but there are those of us from simple times, and the unknown sometimes seems scary or dangerous or exciting. And I hope we can do some small part to help.
She smiles. She goes, "Being here and willing to help is a step to repairing our injured relationship. And if Magnus did not feel you well suited to the role, I doubt you would be here, opposed to what others might say."
We'll see you in a few days then.
I look forward to your return. And as she, oh, Riley, you were gonna say something. I apologize.
No. Dern puts his hands on the table, like loudly, and stands up and goes, "Terrific! If this means that we will be friends at the end of this, then let us go forth." In a loud, booming voice across this very quiet room, hopefully startling a couple of these people.
Lord Brock actually like laughs at this. Like he finds the entire like humorous, not like it's funny that you would say that, but in like a like mirthful, like this is great. I love this kind of attitude.
Which guy was this guy?
That was the first orc that
first
spoke
orc,
up.
okay,
Yeah. And
yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
nope, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
I was gonna say, Dern looks to this orc and nods and goes, "I think this is a relationship we need to pursue."
The doors behind you open, and the guards have held the doors open for you to leave. And with a speed that's almost impossible, when you get to the doors, Lord Magnus is waiting outside for you, and you're not really sure you saw him leave the room.
As I see him, and still audibly with other people there, I go,
You weren't kidding about them not liking me.
And I thought you were delightful.
Well, I'm glad you did. That's nice. The other ladies seem pretty nice too, but the other ones, they're kind of like, and no offense to Agnes, they kind of feel like fish stealers.
He laughs and he goes, "The council has long forgotten their purpose, and I feel your continued presence and a quick resolution to this affair will remind them. Now, I did not anticipate you not having somewhere to stay. And he kind of like looks into the distance, and you can see it's almost like he's looking at a specific building somewhere in the distance. And like ever so quietly, he goes, I hope they do refunds. But at the lack of that, I wish to invite you to my keep. It's a bit of a journey, but it is comfortable.
Can you like teleport us there?
No, for a number of reasons. But it's a short sail across the harbor. We'll be at Baisur.
I sorry, not to like cause trouble here, but like by the womb, there's like a lake and it's full of a bunch of scary things. Is that like that here?
Oh no, there's not much. There's fish. A lot of fish, if that's your interest. But as for large things, I think the worst you'll have to deal with is maybe the dolphins. They are a nuisance, but not normally here this time of year.
It's a dolphin.
It's like a big fish, but meaner.
Oh. Okay. Are they like intentionally mean? Like, are they smart?
Oh, they're quite intelligent. It is
They
believed by
roam
our
around in gangs and attack others. And
it is believed by some they're almost as intelligent as, well, the court probably.
To be honest, from what I've seen, it feels like the dried lizard in my bag might be smarter than the court.
You probably are not far.
Okay, so you're saying that with these super smart dolphins, the number one thing to not do or to do is to don't panic.
Yeah, they probably honestly would just want to play with you.
and you give them some fish, and they should say goodbye and thanks for all the fish.
I knew that was coming. I could hear that coming.
I'm glad someone picked up on my don't panic.
There's only 42 of them in the pod.
But you have an option. You can find somewhere outside of the walls to sleep, or Magnus has offered to take you to your keep.
We might as well take the free offer.
I mean, do you have a big fireplace?
A gigantic one.
Well, that's all I need.
The queen gave us very specific orders. Is this going to be okay?
Oh, it's not inside the walls. And the rules don't apply the same to me.
Well, I love a good sponsor. Okay.
Speaking of sponsors,
Which takes us neatly to 10 o'clock,
Wait,
10:05
shut it.
actually, which means that we are going to call it quits for the night. And you guys managed to miss 2 whole combat encounters, so I'm very impressed with both.
Wait, what?
what?
That's a story for a different day.
Where the
we're
freak
gonna-
would there have been combat encounters in any of this?
Oh, I know exactly.
I saw at least
where.
4 points we could have entered combat. So
Well, the thing that was chasing us, you kind of made it seem like it wasn't actually a deal, so Quill didn't really take note of it.
We'll talk about it in another day, I guess.
We will. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Uh,
almost like we have a show on Wednesdays that we talk about things and DMs.
Well, we can't talk
Um,
about that.
We're going to be looking to send out some love.
Two options in the chat, in the Discord.
And just another thank you to everybody who joined tonight and everything. It was absolutely wonderful to have you all. If you could please also go over to our YouTube channel and just subscribe there. It really does help us out. And yeah, you get to catch up on our episodes if you haven't seen the other 11 episodes and two arcs. We've only had 2 arcs, right? No, 3 arcs.
This is our
Yeah.
third arc.
This is
The
our
second
third arc. so we can take out a look at our previous 2 arcs. It
And-
would be great.
You have 12 hours of nothing to do. We did a 12-hour charity stream last December
Mhm.
We're
with
gonna
different characters, and it was an IRL thing, full setup. We had a $12,000 production, which is insane.
It was amazing, and I highly recommend going and checking it out.
Thanks for the $12,000, Twitch, to put on that event.
I'm just kind of looking through our collections. Yeah, we're gonna send to Wreck All the Things.
Wreck all the things. That's the name of their D&D.
Yeah.
That's fucking
Uh,
great.
We're gonna send out some love, so we're gonna start that raid process up right now, which is gonna give us a few seconds here to count down.
Don't forget to
lovely
go to our
people, thank you very much.
Discord.
We'll see you all on Wednesday and back again on next Sunday at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Love you all.
Unless there's a
Good luck.
massive
Legends of Legomancy. Yeah, we're sorry, guys. We're actually just ending off. But
We're
dude,
so sorry.
fucking world has to work on the board. You guys are awesome, though. But thank you so much for the raid. First in chat. I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we did.
Oh.
Oh no, we love you guys so much. Appreciate everything. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Every Sunday we do D&D, so please come back and check out our stream.
Yeah, and
Next week